Hello, everybody. Welcome. Just getting started here. Just finished making the lunch, so we're good to go. Glad you're enjoying the tunes. I will throw a quick link in there in the event that you are interested in these tunes. I am in no way, shape, or form associated with such things, but I do like me some synth waves, so this is the that's the link for the Musica if you're interested. So I'm just going to turn down just a little hair here. Alright, so I'll show you the update on the branded PACTY here. And so this is what I've done so far on it. So thank you to Citrus. There are many names for this person. Let's find which one they linked. I ended up using my own numbers, but or my own parts, but I used the numbers you gave me, so I appreciate that. So Grandmaster Flash help with the numbers for the sides. It can be tedious to try to go through all the numbers, so Grandmaster Flash helped me with the numbers on the sides, and Citrus helped me with the numbers on the front, which saved me some considerable time, so I appreciate that. So this is a PACTY, and it comes from the Honda PACTY. I'll open up a pic of that. So I really love the Honda PACTY, and as soon as I have an opportunity to buy one, I want to buy one. They're pretty cool. They're Japanese mini trucks. And so this is the Honda PACTY. This is the year, or the year range that I like. But the little right-hand drive mini trucks, they're really cool. They use them a lot in Japan in the cities. They're good delivery vehicles. They have 3-cylinder, 600cc inline motors right behind the cab. And so tried to replicate as much of that as possible. So let's go ahead and we'll look back at the game here. So I have a single cylinder underneath here, so just a single cylinder modular with 3 gearboxes in there. I might have to add some gearboxes to get more ratios, but we're pretty limited by the power that one cylinder can make. Yeah, so that's you know, kind of where we're limited there is the power of that one cylinder, but it came out pretty good, and paint came out pretty good, I think. I need to fix something here. These need to be fixed, so I need to redraw these. So we'll go additive. See, additive black, and I'm going to black out these again. These need a little gap, or else they're going to look funky, so I need to gap these just a hair, so these are getting gapped. I'm just going to paint everything and I'll fix it down here. Alright, and so paint in the red there. So on the PACTY, you notice it's black rings. It's because it just has a rubber gasket. So rubber gasket is actually kind of nice on the lights because you can easily pop the lights out and pop in new lights. A lot of tractor trailers do that to try to save on, make it easy to quickly change them. You suck. Press on additive. There we go. Alright, so that's now additive, and we'll go and swap that over. Just need to move them down a little. They needed a gap. They look funky by themselves. So let's spawn it and take a look at how those lights look. Nice, I'm liking them. Has a little backup light too. I'm not thrilled with the backup light. I might make it smaller. I think I'm gonna make it smaller. It looks a little bit cumbersome there. So let's see, I'm gonna go. Let's go additive black just so that I can make sure that I don't have something lighting up that I don't want to later. Brush black, and then I think I'm gonna do just that with missing corners, I think. So we'll do that. Get out of there, you. There we go. A little bit of a different shape. So that's just the reverse light. And then we need additive, and I think it was this color. There we go. So that'll be my reverse light. Have headlights. It kind of looks like little eyebrows and eyes. So that's kind of trying to make it look cutesy. So little stuff like that will help, especially if you're trying to make like a cute little build. Sometimes trying to give it a little face will make it adorable. In the PACTY, it has a chrome Honda badge, so mine's PACTY. And my brand is Pat Motors for Precision Advanced Technologies. And so I did my own little emblem on that. But looking pretty good there. I need to work a little bit in here. And so one of the things I want to do is make a bunch of modules for this to be used in both the Career Build series and in Cap Air. So I generally don't ask for people to go watch videos, but if you have yet to see Cap Air and interested, I put out a video yesterday. It's not getting many views, so if you don't mind watching that, I'd appreciate that. Let's see. So this is looking pretty good inside. Put a little bit of a beige on top just so it doesn't look completely white. I'm going to put the windows in a second. I have no windows because I can jump in and out of the windows to get in and out of the vehicle. So let's quickly grab some door microcontrollers. And I want, let's see. Let's do this. Symmetry is good. All right. Let's hook these up. So hook these. Get out of there. And then hook you. And then try to decide how I'm going to end up doing this. I'm probably going to do a... Problem is I can't do it with the passenger seat. I don't run multiplayer, so not a big deal. I open the passenger seat from the driver's door, so what I'll do is... It actually will add a little bit of detail because this is a big white front. What we'll do is a toggle with a single-sided toggle. Normally I would start with the doors in the open position, but the issue is they'll clip this window. And yeah, there's no way to do it. If it was a 3-wide door, I could do it because I could XML in a window, but I can't with this with this there, so it will end up clipping. Actually, I could do it. Yeah, we're good, I think. Where's the collision on this? So here, what I want to do is try to take and find the collision. So the collision is midline. That's the problem. Of course, it is. The collision's right here, so I can't get that window cut in right because it's going to hit here. So that's fine. It's not the end of the world. I'm not going to worry about it. This will add a little bit of interest, I think, to these, you know, because it's pretty barren here. There's not a lot of detailing on the sides, so I don't mind having a little red button there. Sometimes the little red button bothers me, but that's going to be alright, I think. Alright, and so doing white colored doors, again, because of this demon pivot here that you can't color this top section, so. Alright, and so we can put in windows now. Alright, good. So, let's see. Yep, those are all correct colors. Flicky camera, I love. And then I'll be able to control these from the seat as well. So I'll be able to open and close these doors from the seat, so I don't have to put an interior button in there. So I'll come up with some button on the seat for that. I need to do it now, or else I'll be trapped in the build and not be able to get out. So let's see. 1, 2 is going to be directional. Let's see. Right. Directional. Alright, that's good. I'm trying to think. 6 is start. I'm going to do... I don't know if I'm going to do a physical parking brake or not. I might do... I have to think of that in a second. So 6 will be start. If I do parking brake, will be that. This will be drivers, door, toggle. Is it toggle or push? I think it's push to toggle it. We'll see. Pass door. Oh, come on. Passenger door. Eventually, I'll be able to learn how to type. Passenger door, I think it's push. We'll check it out. I'll do a toggle on one and pass that on the other. So let's see, 3. 3 is driver door. It will toggle that button. 4 is pass door. It will toggle this one. And then I need to check and see what the starting position on these is. And I have these backwards. It's not a big deal, because initially I thought they were going to start open. I just need to invert this number. So not a big deal. So it's going to start at 0, and it's going to go to -1. Alright, update that. That'll work. Alright, and that will work. So now we at least have doors to be able to get. We can move the doors, and now I can put windows in there. So that's that, and then we'll test this. So 4. Alright, so yep, I think I want to just push, but we'll check it real quick here. Because it's a toggle, so I think we're pushing. I should have checked the other side while I was there. Let's check both of them. Just I have to double tap it if it's set to toggle, I think so. So right now 4, and 4 again closes it. If I press 3, okay, I'm gonna have to hold it. So I'll just do it as a double tap, that's fine. And then we just have to double tap. It's not the end of the world. Alright, good. So let's set that up correctly for this side. So 3, I'll be in chat in a second, guys. Alright, catching up on chat. Yeah, the windows did look good. Thank you guys for looking up those numbers. That can be a pain, just, you know, it's reload, put in numbers, so some, you know, Citrus and, helped with the windshield. So that was helpful, and Grandmaster Flash helped with the sides, so that was definitely helpful. Oh, that's good, Citrus. Glad you got that going. Oh, Steve, you're gonna have to start playing again. I made it. I made this yesterday, right, guys? Yeah, I started this yesterday. Yeah, I definitely started this yesterday in the stream. Yep, music coming down a little. Hard for me to tell how loud it is. Right there's. Let me know if that's good. So that's helpful. So doors are working, so I can get in and out of there nicely now. I'm not going to put tippable sides because the bed's really not all that high on this one. Let's quickly try the module. Let's save this really quick. I made some changes. Alright, and let's see. Oh, come on. Eventually I'll click on the right button. This actually sits one higher than the other build. So that fits in there nicely. Do we have a spawner in here? I don't know if I do. Let's grab a diesel spawner. I just want to fill this all the way up and see what's what. So I want to test this out with some weight. So I have this geared down pretty low. IRL, the real mini trucks, they're only going about 45, 50 miles an hour max. This is slower than that, but I need this to be able to haul some weight. So we'll see. As you can see, it's quite heavy in there, so I want to make sure this is low enough. I'd rather this go slower. You know, this, especially for my use for this, this is not going to be uber-duper fast. That's not what this is for. For example, like for a cap air, what I need to do is I need to be able to go from here up to where we're going to go, and I need to be able to put diesel in this tank so that I can then go and bring it back to the base. So again, like I was talking about yesterday, somebody was like, oh, your Mac Pinnacle takes off too slow, and the purpose of that is it's letting the revs build up so that you're increasing your torque before you go, and that's generally what you're doing with a truck. So as we can see, I'm in top gear, no problem with this load. I'm only doing about around 30 miles an hour, but I don't really care if it's going much more than that. Again, you know, the real mini trucks are going 45, 50 at most. I probably have to add another gearbox. I've been playing with the gear ratios. I changed them from yesterday, but as you can see, it's behaving pretty well. It's not tippy. Like, I'm trying to tip it. That's a lot of mass in the back. And so this, as you can see, the bigger mini truck, that's not really a mini truck, the utility truck I released, you know, this can do the same job. And so this is kind of the point of this. So this is going to like head up here for cap air, and it will be able to go and grab some fuel out of this diesel. So, you know, again, new players were asking, you know, where they can get diesel. Well, this is one of the ways you can do it is, and this vehicle, so, you know, one thing a lot of us, especially nowadays, are used to is overpowered vehicles that have a lot of power, a lot of motor. And so when they have that much motor, you really don't need to worry about what gear you're in as much. And especially people are now just using automatics, but especially if you have an underpowered motor, you really need to shift gears. And so, you know, like we were talking the other day about the manual, this one you really need to shift gears. If you start to lose revs, you need to shift gears. This is a one-cylinder motor, so you really need to use your gearbox properly. Because you can't just use the heft of the motor to get it moving. You have to, how's it going, Mountain View? You have to get the gearing right. So, sorry, I'm eating while I'm doing this. But so like this would be the trip of this. So again, you know, I've tried to build my build so that they have, so they don't do everything, or else why would you ever build something else? I find that boring. So the whole point of this little thing is it's supposed to be small and cheap and compact and cube, and its job, each of my builds should have a job, and I think that's something that I think a lot of people will get bored easily in the game. They'll build, oh, I built a helicopter that does absolutely everything. Okay, well, when are you going to want to build something else again? Because your helicopter does absolutely everything. And so the way I like to do it is, this thing is not fast. I don't want to be driving all over town with this thing. What I want to do is I want to use this for its task. You know, the whole point of these mini trucks was to be compact and inexpensive. They're just zipping around cities, so they don't need to go fast. They just need to go from job to job. And that's kind of what this is. So, for example, Cap Air is based at Dremore. I have a lot of other use cases where I'm in the Career Build series where it's, you know, I go to Dremore. And so, for example, if I'm, you know, if we're low on diesel, I can drive my little cart up, my little mini truck up here with that tanker module, and I can fill up with diesel for $2, and I can head back and put it in the bench. And so now I have the fuel. I can also use this to be able to actually fill the airplanes up and whatever vehicles I'm using. So that's kind of the use case for this. So that's working well. So let's bring this back. So I had no problem with that. That was all working great. You can see it looks like it's a little overweighted here, but it actually was working fine. That's 754 gallons. So let's do it. We're 700, what is it? 54 times 3.785 is, so that's 2,853 liters of diesel this thing hauls. You know, and so could I build an enormous tractor trailer to do it? Yeah, but I kind of want to do something small like this. Oh, that's nice. You'll have to share a picture of that, Citrus, of the Suzuki. Was it Suzuki Carry, or is that, I forget the different model names. Alright, so that's working really well. So that's great. Let's start working up some gauges. So I think what I'm going to do on this one, so I have my, this is from the chassis that I started this. And so this has the transmission and the microcontroller from, I believe, the truck chassis. I redid the gear ratios. I had to redo the gear ratios. I'll show you those. I had to redo the gear ratios because in my normal setup I do 4 boxes. In this one I'm doing 3 gear boxes. So because of that, I had to cut down. I had to change the gear ratios to be able to make sure they work right. So here are my new gear ratios. So it's a 4-speed. We're running a 7.5 to 1, so that gives us a good bit of torque to get moving, especially that heavy weight sitting in the back. We need a lot of torque to get it moving, so that's around what like a box truck has for a gear ratio. That is a lower gear than you'd have in like a pickup truck. Then it goes to a 6 to 1, 3 to 1, and a 2-4, and that gives us a reasonable speed. It's not as high as I'd like, but I'm gonna struggle getting that in there. One thing we could do is, so right here, so gear 2 is dead, so consider this dead. So I'll just, here, we'll red that out. So that's dead. We're not using that gearbox. And 5, I almost never use 5 unless I really need a lot. So these 2 are dead. So these, the white one's the only gears we're using. And so I can knock these down. So one thing I did was gear 1, it was either 3-1 or 1-1. And I changed it to 3-1-6-5. And if I want to knock these down even more, what I can do is go to 1-1s. And let me check it really quick. 6. Was it 3-1? And if you notice, that knocks it down by about a half a ratio. So that went from a 3-1 to a 2-5. And this was, what was it before? And that's a 2-5. That was a 2-4. And if we go to 1-1, we're down to a 2-1. So let's try that. I want to try to get a little bit of a higher speed on this. So we'll test it the way we have it. And then we'll test it. And so the main thing is eventually, this is what a lot of new players don't understand, is eventually, you know, you don't get anything for free. You're trading your RPS for your torque, or your torque for your RPS. Theoretically, you could have a tiny, tiny, tiny little engine that, as long as you have low enough gearing, can move anything, but it's not going to do it fast. The reason you want to get a bigger and bigger engine is so that you can move something heavy and move it fast. Well, eventually you're going to get to the point where you've traded away so much of your torque that increasing the gear ratio to go faster is just going to make you go slower, and people are like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. It makes perfect sense. Is you don't have enough muscle to do the job. You know, and the analogy I've used before is you have two runners. You have one, he's a weightlifter, and the other guy is a skinny runner, right? So the skinny runner, in most cases, on the long-distance run is going to win time-wise. But as you start giving the skinny runner a weight to carry, like a backpack full of rocks, and you give the weightlifter a backpack full of rocks, eventually the backpack full of rocks is going to get so heavy that the skinny runner doesn't really have the muscle to be carrying that extra mass, and is actually going to be just as fast as the weightlifter. At that point, you're at kind of your critical, point of equality, and then as you add more weight, now the weightlifter, they're actually faster than the runner, because the weightlifter has the muscle to carry it. So that's kind of how you can think of your engines, is if you're finally getting to the point where, yeah, and all right, the skinny runner should be faster, but they don't have enough muscle to carry the mass, and so you've traded away so much of your torque that you're starting to go slower. Oh, nice. I'm glad you built a gearbox. That's cool. So we'll test this. So what I need to do is, I did a speed test earlier. I'm gonna put in some gauges in here, but for now I'm just gonna do a dial. And again, I don't need this thing going crazy fast, but a little bit faster would be kind of nice. All right, so we have the linear speed, and so I didn't touch these gearboxes. This is what it was last time. I'm so used to getting the left side, plus we spawn on the left side. All right, so let's watch the speed. So we'll go first gear. All right, and we're gonna ring the neck of this gear. So I'm just gonna hold the W key down until it's stabilized. All right, so somewhere around 6.2 meters per second, so about 12 and change miles an hour. I'm gonna shift up. 2 is going to go up to, let's say, just under 8. So say 8. So we're talking about 16 miles an hour. Go to 3. As you see, it's a longer gear. It's going to be in this gear longer, and so as you get to higher gears, they're longer. So we're going up to about 11. So you're talking about 22-ish, a little bit more than 22 miles an hour, 22.28, like that. And we're going to continue here, and we're going to shift into 4. And so 4, 4 is definitely our top gear, and we'll get up around, let's see, around 14. So you're talking around 30 miles an hour there. So right about 30 miles an hour. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to do this. So instead of oh, wow. This is actually higher than I thought it was. This might work. Let's, where's my gear? I close the gearing. There it is. So I actually screwed this one up. This is a 3.2. So that's currently what we're at. So we can go lower. So let's go 6.5. So we're actually at a 3.2. So now 6.5. So let's try a 6.5 first. And so we need to go 6.5, spawn that. So that is dropping all the ratios down, or that's dropping the top 2 ratios down and making them higher gears. So we're going to be trading more torque for more speed, but we may not have enough torque. So we theoretically at some point are going to make it where we're slower by increasing the gear ratios. So especially with something with such a weak engine, we definitely want to go till we max out RPS before we shift. or else all we're doing, we're not gaining any speed doing that. We're actually losing speed because we need that torque to be able to get that next gear spun up. So as you can see, that little bit of a gear ratio change, now we're no longer able to gain that speed. Now if you notice, it's slowly ticking up. So theoretically we might eventually be able to exceed that speed. But that's how touchy and critical it can be. Like right there, as you can see, I can't, I'm in 4th gear. Let me downshift a little bit. So it's likely going to be faster to use the lower gear. So we've already reached that point where the weightlifter is going faster than the long distance runner because they just can't handle the load. And especially, remember, I want to be able to hold some fuel in there. So I think we're good where we were on that gear ratio. So I don't want to go anywhere from there. So let's go back to 3.2. Let's actually go, we'll go one more on that. So we'll go 9.5. 9.5 is even a lower gear ratio. So the number to beat was just under 14. So likely, I think I already tested this out, but likely we're to the point where 3.2 is right, is the critical ratio where if we go any lower than that, we're going to go slower. If we go any higher than that, we're going to go slower. So we're in top gear now. We may be able to, you notice it's accelerating slower, and you notice we're not going to go as fast. So that's definitely the right gear. So I guess I already did figure that out. So let's go to 3.2. So that's a way to do it, is stepping it up and down. You'll eventually find where your critical ratios are. Now, if I put that back on the chart, let's get the chart up. So this is in the chart correctly now. All right, so that's in the chart now. So it's a 7.5, 6, 3, 7.5, and 3. There could theoretically be somewhere in between that is better, but I don't really care. You know, that's close enough. So this is our critical speed. So remember, when I went lower than this, now it's like, so when I go to a lower number than this, so when I go to 6.5, it's as though I'm putting too many rocks in the backpack of the long distance runner. When I go to the other side of this, it's as though I'm taking rocks out of the long distance backpack runner and putting it into the weightlifter's backpack. And so that makes it again that the long distance runner is actually faster. This 3.2 is the Goldilocks zone. That 3.2 gear ratio here, 3.75 and a 3, it gives me enough muscle that I can still push it, and it gives me enough RPS multiplication that I'm still able to go faster. So this is my fastest gear, and so you can kind of see that. And so this here is, this ratio is essentially saying that, hey, the long distance runner and the muscly guy are able to go the same speed, essentially. So that is where we want to be. So we're now balanced. So that is good. And that's where we want to be in this. So that is good. So my gear ratios are all set up. That's nice. Let's start working on a panel. So, all right. So one thing I think I'm going to do is, so I have my engine. So I renamed it the PAT1C. This was from the truck, the flat 6. So I renamed it because, of course, that's not a 6-cylinder anymore. Here's the transmission. And so what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to make a separate panel for the gauges, because I don't want to increase the size of these panels. I'd rather do a separate one. I'm trying to make those stock panels, and so this will be engine gauges. All right, and I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. I could take all the, so yeah, I'll take all the information in here. Sorry, I'm chewing. I'm trying not to make you guys listen to my chewing. Alright, so we have that. Now I have to start thinking what I want to put in here. So I want to put in RPS. I'm trying to think. I can take a node off of the engine, and the only thing I'm missing is fuel. So what I think I'm going to do is we'll do a composite input from engine panel. And again, this is the point of those chassis. The chassis to get you started, but you're still gonna probably want to tweak your panels up. So by taking this from the engine, what this is gonna give me is the engine's already reading the RPS. It's already reading the RPS is already reading the engine temperature. So those are two things I'm gonna need, especially temperature. I haven't really done extreme testing on this to see what the cooling looks like. We should be all right, but we'll see. I may need to put a radiator. I hope not. Alright, so there are my 2 fuel tanks. I'm trying to think what else I need to read. So I need to read, or what I want. So I'm just putting up my engine gauges here, so I need those. And then I'm going to want in composite input physics sensor. I'm trying to convert everything that I do now over to physics sensor, so we'll see. That's going to be for linear speed for my speedometer. And then I need to read out a couple, so I'm going to do big no, I'll do panels. I'll keep it small. Yeah, I'll keep it small. So let's go ahead and update this. That's sitting there for now. Hopefully it didn't blow a hole in my back. No, it didn't. Okay, good. And so I want to put in some gauges here. So I'm going to do left-hand gauge here. We'll do panel. And I just make them all black like this just because then if there's any cracks, it doesn't show up. If it was white, it would. So I try to make black kind of the base color. All right, and this is going to be... Make sure I didn't cut through my logo. Okay, good. So logo's there. I thought I put it in the right spot. All right, so let's see. What do we want here? We want... I think the best way to do this. So I think we're going to want speed, tack. I'm trying to see what I can see. I can see everything, so that's fine. So we'll do speed, MPH. Dial 0 to, we're not going all that fast on this, so let's do 50, 1, we'll do tack, be a dial, we're going to do RPM, I just prefer it, 0 to, I think we're going up to, let's say 25 max, so 25, 6, so 1200, so we'll say 1300, then I want fuel in gallons. That will be a gauge going vertical, 0 to, I forget what that ends up being. 2 of those, it's only like I think 13 or 14 gallons. And then what we'll do is we'll do an indicator light. So indicator 4, and this will be low fuel. I need temp. I do need temp. All right, so I don't care about low fuel. I care about engine temp. Engine temp. That will be a dial 0 to 120. 120 is when it ignites. And then what color do I want these backlit? I'm going to backlight them a little bit different. We'll backlight them just like a light white. All right, good. So that's in there. And so I now know what numbers those are. This needs some treatment here. All right, so that is physics sensor. That's from the engine panel. That's going to go out to... I'll go out to the panel. All right, good. So let's go in here, get these, start getting these processed out. All right, so nice. So let's see, really quick, we're going to go... number 3 is what reads the temperature. So that'll be number 3. That's going to be temp. Physics sensor, I don't know the number yet, but we'll put that in there when we are ready for it. That's going to be linear speed for speedo. We need a function. So it'll be x plus z times, or divided by 3.785. That would be fuel. I don't care about a low fuel light. Then tack, I'm going to be reading RPS. That's going to come from this engine panel, so I don't know what number it's going to be yet. Probably we'll make it number 1. And that's going to be times 60 to give us RPM. Okay, X times 60 is RPM. And then I'm going to go ahead and we want to write the numbers. So we're doing 4 here. All right, and so first is going to be speed tack. So we'll be, what the hell, what is the speed? Physics sensor, tack, what was it? So yeah, speed, tack, and then, try to get these lined up here. All right, let's see. So it's speed, tack, fuel temp. Okay, like that. Fuel temp. All right, so speed, tack, fuel, temp, that's that. And that should work for now. So we need to just figure out the numbers. So let's go over here. I'll check chat in a second. I see it going. All right, so one thing we don't need in here is we have a radiator. And so I'm going to get rid of the radiator. I'm going to change that to composite output. And that's going to be engine info. Okay. And we're going to go in here. I'll check some chat here. Yeah, I'm glad you like that analogy. Yeah, I think that works well. I think it's a reasonable way to understand why, you know, essentially overloading the engine, you know, is like essentially putting too much weight on somebody who's, you know, a distance runner, not a heavy lifter. Let's see what we're at here. Oh, thank you, Richard. Go tell all your friends. All right, so I need to find where that went, the radiator. I'm not using the radiator. I don't need a radiator anymore because this doesn't have a radiator. This is air-cooled. All right, so what we need here is we need to start reading all this information out, so we'll do a write. I need to write, I'll just do, I think, what am I writing on here? RPS, which is channel 1, and then channel 3 is going to be temp. And the whole reason why I'm doing channel 3, it doesn't matter, it's channel 3. But the difference is this, I can pass, no, I can't do that if I do that. So I'll do this. That will be like that, that will be 3. And then RPS is where? RPS is here. RPS will go up to there. So that's RPS and temp. That's what we need out of this panel. And that will read out there. So that reads out. Let me make sure I don't have any other extraneous nodes that I can get rid of. Clutch starter, alternator, battery, RPS from transmission, pump clutch, variable brakes. Nope, we're good. All right. So one thing I can do on here is I can put on a parking brake. So let me check that. So one way you can do a parking brake is if you don't want to add a node. So I don't want to add a node at all. So what I can do is this. I don't want to make this panel any bigger, and I don't want to have to add a node. So what you can do is if you come in here to where your variable brakes are, right here, variable brakes. So all I'm doing with variable brakes, I'm taking the WS, I'm making it negative. And what you can do is you can add a numerical switch box here. And so variable brakes will be normal like that. And then what you can do is you can make a constant number for park brake. And you say that's 1, so that's full brakes. And you can do that instead of doing variable brakes. And then what we do is on the seat. You have seat coming in here? I do have the seat coming in here, so let's see. So 6 is engine start, so it goes from the seat to the transmission to this, so we'll go like that. This will be channel 5. Channel 5 is what I made my park brake. And then that will switch this up to... And we'll make it a parking brake release, so what we'll do is we'll make its static start at 1, and then it will be like that, and that will be our parking brake release. So the parking brake will start at variable brakes of 1. When we press 5, it will release the parking brakes, and we'll be on our way. So that's a way to save a node. All right, let's plug this up. So I need to find some stuff here. So we have physics sensor. I need the physics sensor for my steering stability system. Physics sensor goes in there. The devs another great add they did was they finally numbered this thing. Of course, they should have done it initially, but they didn't. So instead of crying about it, I'll just use it. So they did a weird thing. I started like 5 times trying to make the next new player career build series, and the issue I had was I was going to do it on the bearing panel, and it was starting to be difficult to understand because the GPS, it has an X and a Y. Your X is, say, your longitude. Is it? Yeah, I think it's your longitude, and your Y is your latitude on the map. That's how it is on the GPS sensor, X and Y. Makes sense. In the physics sensor, X is your X, Y is your vertical axis now, your altitude, and the Z is what used to be the Y. So all they had to do was flip those, and it would have made it a lot more intuitive, in my opinion, but they didn't. So we have linear velocity X, linear velocity Y, and Z. So Z is vertical. No, I'm sorry. Y is vertical. Z is the other axis, is left-right. And so linear axis velocity X is 7. That should be the one we're looking for. If the number doesn't come up right, we know it's not. So let's see. So where do we want? We want physics sensor is right here. Okay, physics sensor, that's going to be 7. All right, so that's our linear speed, and I need to multiply that out for miles an hour. I think it's 2.28. I'll check it in a second here. So it's X times, I think it's 2 point, I think it's in here, isn't it? Where is it? 2.23. Okay, 2.23. There we go. All right, so that's converting speed, linear speed, to miles per hour. That is reading RPS to 60 for RPM. This is combining our tanks to give us the fuel in our tanks, and this is going to be engine temp in Celsius. Beautiful. All right, let me read up some chat here, and I'm going to eat with the my mic off. I presently don't have any ballast systems. Since New Player Career Build Series being kind of a pain with trying to get some of that stuff done, maybe I'll do that instead. I'll do a ballast for episode 5 and put that on there, Chewy. Yep, so I've been enjoying the streams lately too. Just if you guys could make sure you're clicking on the videos, try to get them back up in the algorithm. The algorithm's been kind of brutal lately, so it's you know, I appreciate it. If you click on my videos just to try to get them back in the algorithm, I appreciate that. I usually don't ask for that, but it's been kind of tough getting in the algorithm lately. Let's see. So that should be set up. Let's update. All right, let's plug all this in. So physics sensor is plugged in. This is composite. Where are we at here? This is panel. Panel's going to go to the panel. This is engine info. Engine info is going to go to the panel here. All right, let's go see what we're... I need to plug in the 2 fuels. So what do we have here? RPS right here. Fuel. I believe I have 2 fuel tanks. One thing that would be cool for the devs to add is... So, for example, let me... Where the hell are the fuel tanks? I have a... Where's the filler? Filler's on this side, so I need to go from the filler. They're up here. Okay, so... Do I have 1 or 2 tanks? 2 tanks. One thing that the devs could add, which would be kind of cool, is so these fuel tanks only have 1 node, right? What would be cool is if they put an innate addition in here. So say, for example, you would have one of these open nodes, and if you went from this tank to the open node, and then this one out, it would add this one to this one, and then put the added total out. I think that would be a really cool feature, instead of me having to go in the panel and add it. Because like right now I need 2 extra nodes because I want to add these 2 together. And you can't really just do, you know, tank times 2, because the way the flow works, one of them is going to be depreciating, the other one's not. Alright, so we should have our panel going. So speed should be 0, tack is 0, engine temp is good. And fuel is 12 gallons. Let's see how much fuel we can stuff in this. You can, so when it fills it, it does not fill the pipes. So then the pipes are backfilled by the tank. So if you go like this, you can actually grab a little bit more fuel in there. So if you live like really tiny tanks, you can do that and add a little bit to the pipes. So like now it's up to 16 gallons. So that's 4 gallons I just put in the pipes themselves. Because all that 4 gallons spilled out into the piping. And then when I put it back in, it pushed it all. It still keeps the pipes full of fuel, so we actually have more than 16 gallons. But that's how much we lost to the pipes. And so this just fills back up. So, okay, let's start. So tack is up. Up, and parking brake's on. So my new parking brake's on. Alright, so that is not reading correctly. No, there we go. Okay, it's not. What the hell is this doing? Yeah, that's weird. So I must put the wrong number in. Because it's, you can see that that's not reading right. Alright, so I'll call that back, see what the hell's wrong with it. So, need to figure it out. So, what we'll do here is, crap. Let's see, paint you white. Come on, man. Give me the right stuff. Oh, my dear Christ. Give me this. Alright. Let's see. What do I want to do here? So, actually, that should have stayed black. Now, let's look at this physics sensor again. See what this is all about. Alright, so we'll try this. I'm just going to walk it up through the different ones. Because likely what it's doing is that was likely the arrow pointing to the right or up. And so it was giving us our speed if we're going up or down or side to side. So that's not going to help us. Parking brake's on. Alright, that is reading nothing. Let's try channel 9. It would be nice if they just put out a chart with what each one is, and that would be helpful. There we go, that looks right now. Alright, so oh my god, there's no rhyme or reason to this physics sensor. So it is Z that does this one, so that doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know what the deal is. But we found the right one. So it's like, that doesn't make any sense, man. I don't know what their deal is, but that just doesn't make any sense. Alright, so we're up around 30 miles an hour. So, not super fast, but I don't need to be super fast. Again, that's not... My goal isn't to always be the fastest man on Earth. It's, you know, I've got other stuff to do here. And so that's, so this is all I really want out of this, is the ability to be able to, you know, go up here, do this. 30 is not too bad. 30 is going to be fine. Again, this is not a vehicle I'm taking long range. This is short range. So, you know, one of the things I'm going to be building for this is a bunch of modules. So I want to build a generator module, and so it'll be a diesel generator that plugs in the back of this so that you can power things with ground power. You know, so that's kind of a plan with this one. Oh, thanks, I appreciate it. Glad you are enjoying the ECU. Yep, they did. I didn't use your windows. I used your numbers. I just put the windows in there and then numbered them up. But thank you for doing the numbers. The numbers are the most tedious part to me, so I appreciate the help with that. That saves me from having to toil over numbers. That's one of the reasons I don't do a lot of XMLing, is it's just tedious and it takes a bunch of time. But, you know, they definitely do look better. Alright. So the speedo works. Alright, so we need to work on lighting. And let's see where I'm at with blocks here. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 by 2 is my block space here to put in here. I have a lot of extra space, but see if we can get lighting in here. Okay, lighting's not going in here. Alright, so we'll... Can you guys hear me all right? There we go. I couldn't hear myself for a second there. Alright, so we'll save this, that extra slot in this panel for later, and I'll make a lighting panel. That's one of the things that's very nice about making a pickup truck style bed, is, as you can see, it's very easy to hide microcontrollers. So that's one of the reasons why I like building something like this, is there's plenty of floor space for that. Alright, let's work on lights. And these aren't going to be RGBs. I like the look of these better. You know, I wish we had RGB paintable indicators, but we don't. So let's do this really quick, see if I'm going to... I bet I punch a hole in there if I do that. Let's cut this. I'm going to cut it and put it up here so it doesn't punch a hole in my wall. Now there's going to be lights. I think we'll control this with a panel. So I'll put another panel in that will be lights, so we'll do a composite input. Lights panel. Alright. And so let's add what we need here. So we're going to need on-off for headlights. Headlights. I haven't really looked at flyout. I'll have to take a look at it. I'm trying to see what CG's question is. With another game I made a key truck, same name. Are we able to modify the frame to be a two-seater? And how would it easily change if... Oh, for the challenge? Yeah. The whole point is the only parts of the chassis you need are the engine and the transmission and the microcontrollers. That's it. Just go read through the discussions. There's a couple people in there who have asked every question under the sun. Let's see. We have output. At first I couldn't tell what you're asking. There we go. Left directional. Output. Right. Directional. Okay, good. And let's see, what else do I need? Reverse is going to... So reverse will be controlled directly by the reverse switch on the transmission. And then... we'll do... composite. Output, that'll be headlight tilt. Yeah, but you can move everything around. Yes, that's the whole plan. That's the whole point of it. I've explained many times that the only reason the pipes are on there is to show you how to connect the wheels to the pipes. That's it. That's in the detailed description here. I'll read the instructions for the challenge. Yeah, if you go up to challenge forum, there are thousands of questions in there at this point asking all this stuff. Can you move the wheels? Yep, 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 yep. Let's see, where is it? You may not change the engine or transmission mechanics or micros. It is remained stock. So those are the parts you cannot change. The engine, transmission, mechanics, or micros. So mechanics might be confusing people, but the challenge is making the shell. So you can move the pipes, you can move, I've said you can move the exhaust, you can redo the fuel. You need to have the engine, the microcontrollers, and the transmission blocks. You can even move the transmission blocks wherever you want them. But they have to remain the same gear ratios, they have to remain in the same order so that you have. The whole point of it is I don't want people to have to worry about making an engine and a transmission. This is all about aesthetics. So that is the whole point of it. So that's the spirit of the challenge, is to do that. So if you go through all the questions on there, most people have asked those questions. So just read through some of the discussion, you'll see them in there. Headlight tilt, what else do we need? Alright, I think we're good here on this. Let's go and update this. And let's see, do I want to put it? I can't put it down there, it's got to go here, so I'll do it right here. So that was a challenge question about what's permissible in the challenge. But yeah, the challenge is all about just making. The challenge is about making the car, the engine and the transmission, and what runs the engine and the transmission are the only things you're not to really touch. That's it. You know, some people have asked, can I add more wheels? Yep, there's no rule against adding more wheels. You know, they ask, can I change the gear ratios? No, you can't change the gear ratios. That's against it. Yeah, they ask, can I change the RPS? Yes, you can change the RPS. There's a property value in there. You can change the RPS. So those are the things you can do and can't do. Headlights. Flip. 1. Okay, this is going to be high beams. Alright, and then I'm actually going to just put the directionals on here. You don't use them much anyway. And then this will allow the hazards to be one button. So left, directional, will be an arrow button. Left, that'll be a toggle. That'll be, I didn't number that, did I? 2. High beams will be an arrow button up. That'll be a toggle. That'll be a left toggle 3. Did I do that too? I did. Okay, good. And this will be a right directional. Control C, Control V. Right directional arrow button to the right. Toggle. Alright, good. Yes, that's exactly what the challenge is to take the engine, the gearbox, the microcontrols, and to make your own frame. That is exactly what the challenge is. Yep, and that's the whole reason I did it, Robert, was that's where people struggle, and so a lot of new players they don't want to join a challenge because they're like, oh, I'll never be able to make the engine as good as other people, and they worry too much what other people are doing. You know, I participated in a lot of challenges before ever, you know, winning any of them, and it's all about, you know, you're trying to make the biggest challenge is yourself. You're trying to make yourself better. That's all you really should care about. And so, you know, the whole point of this challenge was I don't want people to have to worry about making an engine, a transmission. Even the people who are very skilled at making engines and transmissions, I don't want them making engines and transmission. Nobody is going to get rated on that. The only thing that's going to happen is if they put in their own engine, they're going to get disqualified. The point is for them to make a shell. So this is a challenge. The purpose is to make it look like a 1950s vehicle. And that's the whole challenge. And so, for example, if somebody said, "Hey, I supercharged the engine," you're getting just, you know, or I did X, Y, and Z that changes the engine and transmission, then that it's disqualified, you know. And I don't, you know, so I want people to do creative things like, you know, a lot of people you can make their engine and your transmission really good, and that can set you apart in, say, a regular car challenge if you could build it all yourself. And so with this, no, you have the same engine and transmission. You have to shine by making it look, you know, better than your competitors. So it's more of an aesthetics challenge. Light truck does not mean anything. It is only using the light truck chassis. So as long as it has that transmission, I don't care what it is. It could be enormous. It's gonna go slow as hell, but it's gonna be enormous. That doesn't matter. Yeah, so the difference between his challenge and mine is I want you to build the frame. That's the whole point of this challenge, is to build the car. The one part you're not to build is the engine and the transmission. All right, let's get these. So these are all numbered up. All right. This goes to where? Right here. Okay. It goes to headlight, tilt. I really like that gimbal update. That really was cool, that now we can tilt lights. That was a really cool addition to the game. Alright, so that is going to there. This is going to... I'm losing my mind here. To, where is it? There. Yep, that was correct. Left is there. I couldn't remember what I was doing. My brain completely blanked for a little while there. This is headlights. I need brakes. I need one more node on there for brakes. Yeah, you can go ahead and ask some questions in the discussions. There are people in there who have seen, you know, they can point out times I've answered this in there, and then you can see it there. Let's see. I'm gonna do. Oh, no headlight tilt on this one. Crap. Okay, I'm gonna have to do brake lights somewhere else because I need the seat. Okay, so this is headlight tilt's fine there. Brake lights have to come in somewhere else, so let's see. This is gonna be complicated to do this. Let's try something here. So engine gauge, I'm reading from the engine panel, so I can pass seat data through there. And then this can go out to... let's see. We want to add a node here. Let's try to put it in here. It's going to be output to brake lights. This gets complicated trying to pass the brake light information through, because I'm having to pass it through like 5 panels. See where I'm at. Alright, we'll see you later, CG. Yeah, I was actually going to participate in that challenge. I didn't see it till too late, so... Let me see, brake light's going to be a pain. Alright, so what I'm going to do with brake lights is I'm going to paint these up the same color here. So these will go, we'll copy that. And so what I'll do here is the directionals, often you'll see this, is the back directionals will be red as well. So I'll do red directionals because now I can do running lights and directionals on the same one. And I can do just brake lights on the other one. So we'll do that. That'll work better. Alright, so let's fix this now. So my directionals are going to be my highs. I'll make them lows, actually. Left directional will go there. And then so these here will do running lights. And they will do, yeah, these will do running lights. And they'll do directionals. Oh, I'm in the wrong panel. Get in this panel, please. What the hell? Did you guys just notice that my panel just completely disconnected everything? Oh, I'd never connected it. Oh my god. Never mind. I never got to it. I was so distracted by that. I had no clue what I was doing. So, all right, I'm back to paying attention here. All right, there's one headlights. Yeah. It gets hard for me if I start getting distracted. I forget what I'm doing. So here's 1 through 4. 1 is headlights. Okay, Okay, and let's see. So one will also do the directionals as running lights. We'll put an interrupter on there. So we'll use that Boolean block. Sorry, I'm still eating. All right, so what we're going to do here for the blinkers is when the headlights are on, those top reds, top or bottom? I want them, the bottom reds. The bottom reds are going to be lit red. All right, so they're going to light up red when the headlights come on. All right, so that's going to go left direction. And then what's going to happen is if the 3, which is the directional, is on, that's going to be a not. And so what we're going to do is we're going to put a blinker in here. So it's going to blink for our lights. And so what it will do is as this blinks, it will come on. And so it's only going to do the lights when that blinker signal is not going. And so we'll go like this. And so we're plugged into X and we're plugged into Y. So it'll be X and not Y. So if it's X and it's not Y, it will give us solid direction. So that will now blink. And we need this one here for the right directional. Same deal, blinky blue. There. And that's 1 for headlights. So that should control our directionals and running lights there. Next, what do we need? 2 is high beams. That is going to be headlight tilt. So I think I do... where are we at here? We want a switch box, a composite switch box. No, we don't. We want a numerical switch box, and we want 2 properties. One is going to be high beams. And that's going to be 0. And I'm going to do low beams. That's going to be -0.25, -0.25. And I believe it's channel... What is Y? 1 or 2? I can't remember off the top of my head here. I need to go to the front. 2 is Y, so there'll be channel 2. Alright, so we need to go in here. So it'll be high beams will be selectable. That will be non-selectable. This will be selected by that. Alright, and then I'm going to write out on... channel 2, 2, and we'll clean all this up here in a second. All right, and that'll write out our headlight tilt. So that's good there. That should run it. All right, so that should run our lights. Let's test these lights out, and then I will go ahead and I will then work on the brake lights. Alright, so let's go ahead and... Oh, I deleted one of my directionals. Ah, that panel went where the directional goes. I need to move that panel then. Not the worst thing. I need to move that panel. Alright, so left directional is... it's on the panel. That's a bad sign. The hell? Okay, it's only going to do the directional when the high beam's on, so I need to redo that. The way that works. Alright, so directional's working on that side. That lights up, that's good, okay. I need to rework this hierarchy to make it work right. So the problem is... Alright, so we can do this. No, that's not going to work. it's not gonna do it now. Try that. I need to fix this in a second anyway, but let's run that, see how that comes out. So yeah, once the headlight's on, I need to figure that out. I'll just do it this way. Let's work on the brake lights. I'll let my brain think of this. I'm trying to do too many things at once. Alright, so we'll put the brake lights on here. And I need to code in probably channel 2. That'll work perfectly. So run in channel 2 here. And then so if channel, come on. Channel 2 is less than 0. I'll do brake lights. We'll do that. Then we'll come over here. And we need to grab, where's my seat? So from transmission, so we need to code that. And what numbers are we using? 5, 2. 2 is engine. That's right where we want it. So that will go up to, where the hell am I here? I don't know where I am. Right here. That's where I want to be. Okay. So that is the WS key on the seat, and that's going to plug in there. Oh, check out our brake lights. Brake lights plumbed? They're not. Let's plumb them. All right, there, brake lights. Yeah, I'm liking the little red square. Sometimes it's annoying having those red toggles, but it works. All right, so pressed on the S key, brake lights come on. So these are, the directionals are working, but only in the headlights on. So headlights are on, I should have running lights. So that you put those on bright, that you put the fronts on bright, the directionals. Then I should go directional. And this works as I want it to. It blinks then. But what I need is I also need it to go on when Y is on. So I could use a Z. That's what I'll do. I think I've figured it out. Alright, so when the high beams are on it, we'll do that. So we're going to do this. So all of this. So this was working fine like this. Get out of there, you. Actually, that was fine. Let's go parentheses. Put all this into parentheses. Just copy that formula. I should have copied it later, but all right, so that's all in there. So if the headlights are on and Y is not on, that's when it's going to blink. So it's taking the blinker code, so when the high beams are on, it's going to blink it. Now, what we can also do is take this blinker, plumb it into there, and then what we do is OR Z, and that will fix it. So that should work. So sometimes you got to step away from the problem to figure it out. That's like when I was answering the questions about the challenge, I couldn't think of complex things, so I had to kind of take a break from it and do some other more mundane stuff. All right, so that's good. Let's try that. That should work. All right, so let's see if we get directionals here when we don't have the headlights on. There we go. So that fixed it. So now what it's doing is that set the conditions for if the headlights are on, it's going to interrupt the headlight channel essentially for the blinker. this is now, when the headlights are off, it's also going to do this. Let's make sure it doesn't screw it up. It might be backwards. It might screw it up with the headlights. We have to fix that. Yep, so see how it's on solid now? That screwed that up. So, because now the blinker is working opposite. So what we need to do is this. I can change the blink duration. So I made progress in that, but I didn't fix it. Alright, so let's see. That works there. Okay, so this can be, so we'll make this a little more complicated. So that works for headlights on, or now we'll set a condition for headlights off. All right, so this will be Z and not X. Let's try that. So let's see if this does it. So this is gonna set our two conditions here. Alright, so let's go left directional. Alright, we're flashing. Now let's turn the high beams on. Alright, it's now flashing again, so that works. So I'll explain that, and I'll explain why that works. So the problem we were having is this. So the initial formula I did, what it was doing is, it was saying, hey, when the headlights are on, turn the light on. But not when the blinker's going. And so what that was doing is when we get a blink, that's a hit. That's saying, hey man, turn the lights. When the headlights are on, it says, hey man, actually don't turn the lights. But the problem is then when we don't have the headlights on, the blinker needs to hit, and it's not going to hit because it's telling me, okay, don't hit when it's on. Hit when it's off. Well, now it won't work. So what this is doing is there are two conditions. One, if X, switches our headlights, are on, and this blinker is not on as if we're not given a signal. So when this doesn't give a signal, and when this does give a signal, turn the light on. Or the other condition is the or. So then we put an or between them. Then it's Z. So it's when so now it's prioritizing the blinker. So this one prioritizes the headlights, and the actual lack of blink is what gives us light. This one here prioritizes the blinker, and it's lack of headlights that gives us the blink. So it's Z, which is the blinker, and not X. So it flips them. So it changes which gets priority. So that fixed that. So I think we're pretty cool on that. Let's update this. This panel needs to move. And it's gonna be a pain to move it somewhere useful because I need stuff everywhere. So let's see. My emblem is here. My emblem could come up. All right, let's see. Do I move? Okay, that's that. See, I can't go there. Huh. This is turning into a problem. All right, so you know what I can do? I can bump out my dash. I might do that. Let's see how claustrophobic this feels. This could feel ultra claustrophobic. I will see. Let's play with this. See if this feels too claustrophobic to me. Because if it does, we're gonna have to redo it. But put that dash out like this. Alright, we'll attach those there, and then I need to grab this, because we cut that out. That can go back, this can get a black block in there, and then paint it like so. Alright, and then this needs to connect up to, was it right directional? Right directional? Headlights, where's right directional? Right directional, what is that? Oh, that's doing the backlight on that. Okay. Right directional will go there. Alright, so I'm going to dress this up a little bit, see if I like it. So let's do a pyramid here. We'll put a little bit of a dash in here. And I'll paint it up and I'll see how I like it. It might be too claustrophobic. This is already pretty small as it is, and so I kind of like the dash popped out like this, but we'll see if I can actually, like, I might not be able to see these gauges, and I might not be able to see these. I can flip them vertical, which is an option. I don't want to do the, I could angle them. Try not to angle stuff. I wish they'd just come out with angle blocks, because it's like, it could be a physics nightmare. Yeah, so like, they're pretty useless where they are. Like, I can't really see any of my gauges, but I really can't see them anyways. Like, if they're up top, I could see them. So I could angle the dash. Let's try that. See how I like it. See, I like the dash poking up, pushing back like this. Let's put them up on top because I like the shape of the dash. I'm just counting blocks. It's gonna be tough. So let's go like this. See if I like this. If I like this, we'll stick with this for now. Put them vertical on there. You know, it's a lot of these games, you know, one of the reasons, like, games in general, when they try to make cockpits, it's tough because there's like a Star Citizen problem was they have to make everything oversized because what would normally feel natural to you, like an 8-foot ceiling in a house, feels claustrophobic in game. You know, and so you don't get that good perception. Alright, so this is better. I like this. This works for me. I can see my gauges. Yeah, that's good. And I really do like the shape of that bumped out dash. So we'll stick with that. That's good. Alright, let's color these up. Alright, and then I want to put in... Let's do this. I can't do that. Okay. Sometimes I put an empty cubby in there, but it has to be a 3. So let's then take these blocks like that. And this gives a little bit of texture down here too, kind of like a footwell, so I like that. That gives a little bit of texture in there. So that's cool, I like that. So that's coming along. Yeah, Robert, I plan on doing some panel stuff in the new player career build series. It's been back and forth with that. Really, the logical next step is to learn how to make a bearing panel. Maybe I'll go over it a little bit with you guys in here in the live stream, and you can kind of tell me if it makes sense to you. There are certain trigonometry equations that I don't know off the top of my head. I'm not great with trig, but you know, nobody expects everybody to remember all the formulas, and so I can't necessarily explain the formulas out perfectly, but I can show you how to connect them. So let's go ahead and hide this panel. Stick this over here. All right, so this thing is getting up to good shape here, but I want to build some modules for this. Let's see, where are we at here? Right there. So we're actually good on space. We're really good on space. All right, and this will be door panels, so this will be painted black. I have a white panel, and I want it painted black. Little Rolling Stones for you. Hopefully, I don't get demonetized. So this will go. That's what, like I said, pickup trucks are great because there's so many places to hide the stuff that aren't in the way. Alright, so I need to plumb up electricity in here. So I want to put a relay in here. That's going to be, what are we talking space-wise here? I'm going to, let's put the relay right here. I like using the relay. It disconnects all the electricity, so the event that you left the battery on, you're not killing your battery while you're gone doing something. Actually, there's space right here above the axles. Yeah, right there too. Got a lot of space back here. Okay. All right, so let's hook up electricity. So we'll go. Battery is gonna go to. Let's hook up engine systems. I want the alternator disconnected there. Battery is going to go to this side, and then everything else is going to hook to this side. Lights are hot bust. So I'll do all my lights together. Those are going to get hot bust. So my lights will go to the hot bus. All right, this is the physics sensor, I guess, needs electricity now. So that's fine. That will go to the activated side, the master side. That's fine. These are going to get hot bussed. So that we can open our doors when we don't have the panel on. These gauges will be on the cold side, on the activated side. I think that's the pintle will connect separately. All right, and then this is the alternator is going to go to the hot side, so it always powers the no, go to this. It goes to this activated. Come on, disconnect. Good lord. That's good. This here needs electricity as well. This will go to the electrical sensors. Fine, that will plug in there. Let me just read some chat. Yeah, we'll go over the bearing system. I'll go over it in the live stream. You guys can tell me what confuses you, what doesn't. Then when I make the new player career build series, I get really kind of... I try to really... Why did I not bring my coffee? And that's the real question. It's ADHD taking over, people. Please, take care of me. Yeah, so the... I'll go over the bearing system with you guys, and you can tell me if something confuses you, and I can try to re-explain it in a way that it makes sense to you. The problem is, with these new player career build series, I really am trying to make it as approachable and not like, oh my god, I don't understand any of this, to new players. And so by doing this with you guys, if you say, hey, that doesn't make any sense to me, please write, that doesn't make any sense to me, can you explain it better? And that will tell me that doesn't make any sense to you. This was something big in flight instructing was, if you're sitting in a room with somebody, you can tell if they have this blank expression on you, like you just said, you know, you just spoke French to them and they don't know any French. You'd be like, okay, they don't know that. They don't know any of that. Okay, and so like, you'd be like, did you get that? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, did you really get it? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, well, tell me when you don't get something, because we can go over it a different way. And I use the example, like, I'm a visual learner. So, for example, I remember back ADF approaches. ADF approaches were a pain in the ass. They're super old. Nobody uses them anymore. But because it was part of my degree, you know, we were learning stuff. We were learning, you know, the history of navigation and aviation. So we went in a little bit more depth than a normal pilot would do. And not that ADF is that obscene, but it was very confusing to me because I'm a very visual learner. So I'd be sitting there in the classroom with my flight instructor, and I had no clue how any of this worked. And he'd be like, "That makes sense." I'm like, "No, dude." And so what I did was they had a lab at my college that it was all full of flight sim, and they had like really like $1,000 like yokes and throttles, and they're all like and big panels and like everything you could buy in like the flight sim store. And you could go in the lab and you could practice. And so what I did was I went down to the lab and I sat there. And the cool thing with flight sim was the old flight sim. The new flight sims are kind of a pain in the ass. I haven't learned it yet. But the old flight sim, you could do an overhead map and it would show a pink line of where your plane has flown. And so what you could do is you could take the instrument approach plate, which shows you where your plane's supposed to fly. And if it didn't look like it, I'd be like, okay, well, I'll try it opposite. And then you, oh, look, now my picture looks like the picture that's on the approach plate. And so I actually taught myself ADF more than my instructor did because I just went in the lab and I kept trying things until the picture looked the same. And so for me, I'm a very visual learner. So like, you know, and that's a big thing about trying to learn something. If you don't understand it, say, hey, I don't understand it. Because that person might be able to change it. So like when I was in a flight instructor environment, I remembered that teaching myself ADF, and I go, do you get this? And they go, no, I really don't. And I say, okay, well, let's try it. We'll do a visual thing. We'll go on Flight Sim, and I'll show you on Flight Sim. And they're like, oh, yeah, it makes sense now. Or you show somebody in Flight Sim, they're like, I do better with text, because some people, they actually remember, they hear the text in their head. I see the pictures in my head. So it's, you know, the different types of learning. So that'll be helpful. I'm going to throw you guys a quick ad and go get my coffee that I lament leaving in the kitchen, and I'll be right back. Alright, so I am back here. I don't know if you guys are out of the ad, but I think they're pretty quick. I've never actually seen what they look like, so I just press the button. I don't know what it does. Alright, so we're plumbed into electricity. Let's give it a quick spawn and look. So let's see what I need. Let's go through all the functions and everything and make sure everything's just working right. Alright, so brakes. Top brake lights come on, brakes come off, top brake lights go out. Beautiful. Okay, good. Next, headlights. Headlights are on. Let's see how bright they actually are. I might want to dim them out or not. That's not too bad. Let's see in the cockpit. They're a little bit on the bright side, so let's fix that. Let's go, where am I at here? Additive, let's grab the additive, and let's go up a color. So again, if you do additive, if you don't know this, you can go darker, and that will make your lights darker so they're not reflecting as badly. Alright, so that's a little bit better. You know, we're also, it's bright in here, so I think we're good. High beams. So you see the high beams work. Again, great work, devs, on that. Alright. Left directional, rather. If I learn my left from my right, we'll be in good shape. So my running light on the right side is on, and my directional left side is on. My left directional is on there, and my running light is on there. Good. Okay, let's shut it off. Make sure all the runnings are running. Run. Good. Now, for hazards, we'll click both of them. So they're off kilter because of my timing was off, but I'm not going to be able to get them synced up. I could do a complicated thing, but I really don't care to do it. This is fine. I could go really complicated and add a whole nother tier just for hazards, but I don't care to do it, so I'm not going to bother. So that's working. This is why builds never get finished. I will literally go back and be like, okay, I'm going to redo a whole thing just to get those lights timed up just for hazards, and nobody will ever use hazards. And it's like, yeah, it's one of those things that you're like, just don't worry about it. Alright, so that was door open. Door closed looks right. Okay, good. So this looks pretty cool, pretty good. So one thought I have too is I'm going to paint this back wall. This cream... you suck. There we go. I wish it would read my mind and just do what I want, not what I'm actually clicking on, because half the time that's the problem. Okay, you got to get right in the right position, or it's going to say, screw you. So let's try a little bit different, because the white is... So a lot of these vehicles, especially less expensive vehicles, they paint the frame in one paint job. More expensive cars, when they don't mind wasting a little bit of money, they'll go back in and they'll paint the interior exposed metal spars. They'll paint them a different color. Generally, the cheaper ones, like all the frame parts, are just going to be spray painted, and they're not going to repaint them. They'll be body color inside. So doors will be body color. What I could see the problem is this one block here screws me. Is that makes that white. You can actually paint the brown on top though. That'll look good. See, like that, it goes brown outside. That's one thing they need to fix. Even if you XML a block across, it doesn't do that. It doesn't fix it. I could flip the pivot so it's less noticeable, but I don't care. I don't know. Yeah, I don't want this to turn. I don't want to see this turning part up there. I'd rather it be down there. So that's just kind of looks. I could move it here, but then I have to make the length of the door super long. So I think I'm happy with that the way it is. It's like a nitpicking. I could be here for a week nitpicking. And then what I think I'll do is I'll make sure I cream color this right here. This is annoying. I have to get like in the block to paint it just right. All right, that's good. And then I want a little bit of... So let's go... first aid kits. And I'm just going to stick a couple first aid kits here. And, nah, do I want to do that or not? I might as well. I'll stick first aid kits there. What we'll end up doing is I have my teardrop trailer for the 1950s truck. what I'll likely do is I will make a toolbox for this, and the toolbox, thanks Jason, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Toolbox will plug into this hardpoint system, so you can actually put the toolbox in. So if we go do a rescue and we need a repair torch and first aid kits and this, I'll make a toolbox. So we'll take a little break from this. Let me save it, and we'll go do bearing. You can give me your feedback on that. And then we'll come back to this at some point, and I will work on making some more modules for it. So that's saved up. Okay, so let's go to the bearing panel. So I actually shrunk my bearing panel down to tiny, and the reason is, one, physics sensor. Huge, great thing the devs did in there. Again, pat on the backs to the dev when they do something right. The physics sensor was a great thing. This would have taken... The problem is this. Let's say I would have had to have, say, five more blocks of sensor. All right, so let's imagine we have that much more space taken up by sensors, okay? But that added extra 4 blocks I also need on my microcontroller. So we're actually adding 8 blocks. With the physics sensor and composite, I don't need any of that. So that really shrinks things down. You can see as, like, if I went through all my panels now, things like autopilot, bearing panel, I would be shrinking everything down. So that was really good. So let me show you quickly how this works. I need a constant on. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'll spawn the cap air twin. So I put literally that panel just in there. So that's my bearing panel shrunk down. And all this is going to do is, so this plane's not going to have autopilot. I'm going to actually have to fly it. You can see the panel sitting on the roof still. And so this bearing panel will give us this info. So if we turn on avionics, so this is my screen for it. And we could make the Lewis screen as well, I guess. So here's the screen. So it's B is bearing. So that's telling us the heading. Now that's going to the 0, position on the map, which is somewhere out there. Now, I have this set up for radio. What I'll do for the beginner series is it will be set up for keypad. So 635 is Draymore on the radio frequency. So 635, we go back. As you see, it changed to 162, which is right there. It's 0.1 nautical miles, and the time is going to be screwy because we're not moving. Green going. 500 is going to be Harrison. Harrison is over there on the mainland. So if I go to 500, and I go back, that's 96, that's over there. So if I put a little marker on Harrison, so here's Harrison, as you can see right there. So if we look at our heading 132, about 30-something degrees, there is Harrison. So that works. 7.1 nautical miles, it's about half of what it is in kilometers, so that makes sense. And then it's not going to tell us our time there until we start moving. You know, it shouldn't be doing this. I have to fix that so it stops doing that. Essentially, what it's should be doing is when it's when we're not moving, it should be reading 0. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll go on the panel and see if I can make this make sense in a coherent way. And again, I don't know all the trig formulas. I had to look them up and use them off other people's stuff. So pretty simple. The way this works is these 2 nodes are essentially your keypad from your keypad where you enter in the coordinates you want to go to. So what we're doing is so think of this as latitude, longitude. So latitude is north-south. I remember that because of Jimmy Buffett's song Changes in Latitude. Longitude is east-west. So your latitude would be, I believe it's the x-coordinate, and the way we can check that is if we go out and we do map. If you look at your x, so y is actually our latitude, and x is our longitude. All right, so we'll use those. So this is longitude x, this is latitude y. All right, so let's get in there. So that's what we're thinking there. And then, of course, the physics sensor uses different terminology even more because it's going to be a pain. So here is going to be our x, which is our latitude and longitude, rather. Longitude. And so what we're doing is this is our longitude we're putting in on the map. So this will be what we enter in on our keypad. This here is from our physics sensor. this is our current position. So the physics sensor is reading where we are. So all it's doing is taking where you want to go, so an X number where you want to go, and it's reading the number where you are. It's taking where you want to go, and it's subtracting where you presently are. This is then taking the latitude, your Y, on this case, your up-down on the map. This is taking where you want to go, Y, and it's subtracting that on your latitude. So it's taking the latitude where you want to be, it's subtracting where you presently are. All right, so just subtracting those. Next thing, this is what will tell you the bearing to. This tells you what heading you need to turn to get there. Pretty simple. Now, I don't necessarily understand all this crap. You don't need to understand all this crap. It's a bunch of trigonometry. What I do understand is the 360s are all a way to convert this from the turns that are in the in-game into 360 degrees in the compass. So, and it's going to use the tangent of all that. You know, and what it's going to do is to find the degrees, it's going to do the tangent of up, down to right, and it's going to find that tangent. You don't need to know why this works. You just need to know this is what you need to plug in. And the two things you plug in are x, y. So the a tan squared of x and y, which is the difference between where you presently are on your x and where you'd like to be, and the difference between where you presently are on your y and where you'd like to be. And you plug it into this equation. This will give you your bearing 2. So all I'm doing here is this goes down into here. We'll dig into Lou a little bit. I don't like to, but we will. So this is your bearing 2. So that will just read out where you want to turn to go there. So that is currently channel 7. So if we go into the Lewis script and we find it right, where is it? Right here, B. All right, so remember on that screen, B is bearing. B is the bearing. So we get number 7. So that is number 7 is our bearing. So that will tell you what heading to turn to. So when I showed you that, it said, okay, if we want to go to Draymoor, it's a specific point on Draymoor. We need to turn right to 162. We're presently heading 132. We turn right 162. We'll get to where the waypoint is. When I put it on Harrison, it said turn 092. So we're at 132. We need to turn to 092. That will take us to Harrison. All right, pretty simple. That's all that is doing, is it's showing us the bearing to what heading to go to get there. All right, so that's actually really simple to get just your bearing to. Relatively simple. Next is your distance. Now, I forget what this is all about. This is converting it to nautical miles, I believe. So this is the conversion to go to nautical miles. So this looks really confusing. This looks miserable. It's not that bad. Again, you just want to plug in the numbers. So let's understand this again. My mouse button will work. I have a new mouse coming today. All right, so again, does everybody understand what this is all about, right? That is taking where you want to be on your x-coordinate, and it is subtracting where you currently are. This takes you where you want to be in your y. It subtracts where you currently are, okay? So then what you go down here is you go into this one. This is len xy. Well, where do you find that? If you go down here to add-on, and you go down to len, that makes sense. That's length of vector. So think of it this way, right? This is if you draw a line from where I am to where I want to be. Very simple, right? Where am I? Where do I want to be? It's going to draw that line, all right? And so now you need to be able to measure that line, right? So it's going to take the length of the vector, the length. So a vector, all that is in aviation is a vector is a heading, a vector is a line. And so that would be your, the line, the heading you want for that line to go right there. So this is your length, your length of vector from x, y. So from your x coordinate to your y coordinate, it's going to measure a line. All right. Then what that's going to do is it's going to plug it in here. This is going to give us nautical miles. All right. I forget how I got this number, but I got this number, and this will give us nautical miles. All right. So that, as you can see, I labeled it distance, nautical miles. This is distance down here, and the reason why this is labeled distance is this right here gives you distance. You know what? I'm curious. I bet you, let's see if we can figure this block out together. I haven't just taken the time to do it, so let's bring up a calculator, and I'll see if I can do this with you guys, because I have yet to remember what this block is. So what my thought is this could be, this is probably in meters. So it was 13.7 kilometers, right? So 13.7 times 1,000. So that's 13,700. I'm doing it on my own calculator for some reason. 13,700. Let me bring up the screen cap here. You guys can watch the. All right, so here's the calculator. So that's 13,700 meters from us to Harrison. Okay. Now let's multiply it by this number and see if it gives us nautical miles. Times 0.000539957. It does. Okay, so that's exactly what this is doing. So I was confused because that number looked way too small. I thought it was in kilometers. It's not. What it's doing is the length of vector is in meters. So it's telling me how many meters I am from where I presently am to where I put the waypoint. And then by multiplying it by this number, it is going to give you how long it is in nautical miles, because it's going to give us a huge number, 13,700 meters. If we multiply it by this very small number, it's going to give us 7.34 nautical miles. So that's all this is doing, is converting from meters to nautical miles. You want to convert this to, if you wanted to convert this to, what do you call it, kilometers, you should be able to do it 0.0001, because it would be 1,000th of, that meters is going to be kilometers. So it'll be 13.7. So you'd be 13,700 meters times 0.0001 would give you 13.7, which is kilometers. So I've just chosen that I want to do it not in kilometers, but I want to do it in nautical miles. So that is simply all that is converting that to nautical miles. You want to do it in miles, you can do miles as well. You just have to figure it out. All right, next thing here. This looks complicated. Again, not complicated. This is your ETA, estimated time of arrival. So all a delta is it's the change. So it's, for example, if you plug in a delta, let's say your battery is going down. So here, let's do this really quick. We'll do a quick little delta experiment. So we'll go start with a base. We'll put a light on here. All right, light. We'll go ahead and we'll take a battery. And then we'll go take a toggle. It's going to be a pain. I'm going to have to do it this way. All right, we'll take a toggle to light the battery, to light the light. So this is just a way for us to burn electricity, okay? Now, we're going to go ahead and we'll take a blank microcontroller. And pretty simple here. We're going to take in the... So we're going to take in a battery, and we're going to put out... So number input, battery. And this will be number output. All right, dial. All right, so pretty simple. We're going to go in here. And we'll grab a delta. I believe this is per tick. All right, it says it right there. Output's the difference between the input and the input from the previous tick. So a tick is, what is it? How many ticks are we getting per second? I think it's 3,600 per minute. I think we get 3,600 ticks per minute. So you can convert that if you want 1 tick per second. That will tell you the change per second. I would stay with ticks, because the thing with ticks is everything in game is updating per tick. And now your system will be updating per tick, so your needle won't be waving around like crazy. So all this is doing is it's saying, okay, let's say my battery is at 100%, so that's 1. I turn on the light. So at tick 1, the battery is at 100%. At tick 2, the battery is now at 99%. So it will show me something on the dial to show that the difference between tick 1 and tick 2 is a certain value. All right, and I actually use this on my voltage gauges. So let's go like that. Now we're going to take a dial. And I'll just plug this dial in here. All right, so what this is going to do is it's going to take, we'll plug all this in. It has to burn electricity, so that'll all be plugged. We'll shut off the electricity. All right, and we need to go dial to the dial, and we need to go battery to here. So what this is going to do is this is going to measure how quickly we are using up battery. Pretty simple. And I actually use these on all my airplanes. So what you have is you have a charge-discharge gauge in land vehicles. You have them in airplanes. And so essentially all it's telling you is Are you charging your battery or are you discharging your battery? So for example, let's say you're idling at a stoplight. Your engine may be running at such a low idle that you're actually using more electricity than you're producing. Then as soon as you start going at the light, you'll notice that your voltmeter will read positive. What that means is your alternator is making more electricity than you're using. All right, so here we go. Notice dial 0, turn it on. I need to shut off infinite electricity, it'll never work. And you notice it's negative. Now, see how many zeros it is? It's many, many, many zeros, but it is negative. And that is telling us that, and if I shut it off, it's reading 0. So what that's telling us is when the light, why is the light not on? Oh, the light is on, it's just, is it? No, I didn't turn the light on. Okay. You know what, actually, you know why that went down? The toggle is using electricity. Okay, there we go. So now it's reading negative. See the battery's going down. All right, so if you want to turn this into a usable number, you can do that. So for example, remember what I said. Each tick is 3600ths, right? There's 3600 ticks in a minute, I believe, if memory serves. So this is what I usually do for my voltmeters. I go ahead, I take delta, and I do function, and I do x times 3600. And now that tells me how much I'm using per second, which is a more usable number to a human being, right? Ticks don't work for a human being. We don't work that fast. All right. Now notice, we actually have a readable number. So it's telling me how much I'm burning. So let's look at that number. We're burning 0.000429 units of whatever. But that is telling me that I'm losing electricity, right? And it's telling me a rate that I'm using. Is it? So it'd be 30, what is it, 32 times 60? I can't remember. So if you notice, we have one light. It's burning about 429 units of electricity. If I go here and I put in 2 more lights, let's put on 2 more lights. So we tripled the usage. So it may not be completely linear with game. Let's hope it is, just for ease of use. But we should assume, or we should guess that maybe we're burning about 1200 with this because it's triple the electrical usage. May not be precisely because the toggle, we only have one toggle button. That might also be using electricity. So now it didn't quite go up triple, but we're up to 858, and you see it's hitting 1,000 every once in a while. So you notice with more lights, we're using more electricity. So that's all the delta is doing. It's giving us the change over time, and the standard is tick rate. So let's go back to the. This is why I struggle trying to get this tutorial out. Is it's complicated. You have to know a ton of stuff to be able to understand it, and that's why you can just copy this. You could go like this, copy it, and it just works. But so that's what you need to know about a delta. A delta is reading the change. So now it makes sense. Think of that light. I turn the light. The more lights I add, the bigger the delta value, because the more change that is going, right? Let's say you're accelerating, right? If you're accelerating at a standard rate, right, the delta is going to be 0 because your acceleration isn't changing. If you're accelerating exponentially, the delta is going to grow and grow and grow and grow because your change is increasing. All right, so that's my delta. So what we're doing is we're taking the length of the vector and we're seeing how much it's changing, right? If I want to know how fast it's going to take me to get there, right, I need to know the change in how much it's changing. So if I'm currently 1 nautical mile away from it at tick 1, and then I'm currently 0.9 nautical miles at tick 2, and I'm 0.8 nautical miles at tick 3, tick 3. At tick 4, I'm 0.7. I'm moving at a consistent rate of 0.1 nautical miles per tick, right? Then we can convert that 0.1 nautical miles per tick into usable human math, which would be miles an hour, knots, kilometers an hour, meters per second, all of that. All right, so we're going to come in here. I don't necessarily know all of this either. A lot of this is utilizing numbers just to convert it into usable data. And so if we look here, we have x there. So the delta is going to be negative. Why is the delta negative? The delta is negative because as we decrease the distance, right, it's going to give us a negative value, right? And so what that would read out to us is it would read out negative time, right? So as the distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, it would read out a negative number. Well, that's not useful to us because it would say, okay, it's going to take you negative 10 minutes to get there. Well, it's not going to take you negative 10 minutes to get there. It's going to take you 10 minutes to get there. So all the negative x is doing here is that's just inverting that. So yes, your value is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, which means your time is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. But we don't think of time as negative time. We think of time as positive time. So that's all that's doing is doing that. So it's going to be z divided by x. So where's z? So z is itself. I'm not. Where's z? Where's z? Right here. Okay. So z is right here. So z is the length of the vector. So here's the change in the vector. All right, and here is the vector. So what this is going to allow us to do is it's comparing how long the distance is via the change in the distance. So if we know how far we are from the thing and we know how fast we're changing, getting to that thing, we can then figure out our estimated time arrival, right? If we know that we have a mile left and we know we're going 60 miles an hour, we know we're going to be there in 60 seconds. All right, so pretty simple. And then let's see, so these 0.09 times y, what is y? Y is itself plus 0.01 times this. I have no clue what this is about. My assumption is to put this into usable math. I am not sure. So this, I am not sure. I found that, I reverse engineered this and found this, and the numbers work out pretty close. This is probably just a way to smooth the numbers out, would be my point, would be my guess. Because generally, if you're taking it and you're taking the value and you're plugging it back in the system, that is for smoothing, so that your numbers aren't all over the place. This will give you more consistent smoothing. That is my guess. All right, so then we have z divided by negative x. Again, we already talked about this. Negative x is your delta. We're just making it negative because we want to read time in a positive fashion, not a negative fashion. Z is your length, so the length versus the change of length. So the length is going to be z. 1 mile divided by 60 miles per hour. Okay, essentially, we're talking delta here, but it's going to be the length of it, z, divided by 60 miles an hour. Well, we know if it's a mile and we're dividing it by 60 miles an hour, we know it's going to be, 1 minute we're going to be able to get there. And then this divisible, this right here, this divide by 60, that's turn it into minutes. So let's say you wanted to make something other than minutes, you wanted seconds. You want to read this out as seconds, you could do that. You could change this and change it into seconds. You could change that, change it into hours. All right, so that's 60 seconds in a minute, right? You could do 60 times 60, right? So if you want to do that, 60 times 60, 360. If you went 360, that would tell you how many hours. So you could change that there. Now, I don't like doing that. What I do is I come up here, and I take this value, and I'm dividing it by that. That will give me, I don't know why I did that. I can't, personally, I have no clue why I did that, but it was necessary to get it in there. Let me see what it comes out as. This could be smoothing again. I'm not 100% sure. So this I'm not 100% sure of. That is most likely changing the units. I could probably change it in here, but I went through that. So that's probably because, often in game, it is very twitchy. Some of these things are done to make it less twitchy, so it will give you less of a twitch factor. This here is pretty simple. What I'm doing here is, I need to actually update this. This is broken now. But what this is doing is saying if we're between 1 minute and 180 minutes to get there, it's going to read a 0. It's going to read the value. If say this number is 0, right, or it's larger than 180. So let's say we're not moving, right? The distance is 1 nautical mile and we're not moving at all, right? It's going to take an infinite amount of time for us to get there because we're not moving. All right, let's say it's 1 nautical mile away and we're moving 1 millimeter per year, right? It's going to take us millions and millions and millions of seconds to get there, right? Or millions of minutes to get there. So you don't want this dial to read out a million, right? So when you're sitting stationary, you don't want the dial to read out a million. That is useless to you, right? A million is not helpful. What is helpful is a usable number. So my usable numbers are between 1 minute and 180 minutes. If it's anywhere outside of that, and that's what, like 3-4 hours? So 3 hours. So this is 3 hours. So if my time to destination is between 1 minute and 3 hours, I want it to read that out to me. I want to be able to actually see that on my dial. If it's anything outside of that, if it's an incredibly tiny amount of time, I want it to read nothing, and if it's an incredibly large number of time over 180, I want it to read nothing. So this, all that is, numerical switch box that will read that out as that. So what is confusing people, and what do you need? What is clear? We'll start there. Oh God, man is right. This is why you see why I'm trying to do this as a new player career build series video, and why it's challenging, and why this I've decided this might not be the best thing to go right into. "32 cycles per second." Let me see. I'm trying to think where I get. Let me see. 32 times. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm just not sure. I couldn't remember how many ticks per second in game. Let me just read in chat. Yeah, it's usually simple stuff you're missing. You know, you miss a pipe here, you miss something there. A lot of it's symmetry mistakes. You know, you accidentally shut symmetry off, you turn on. Yeah, so part of the tutorial, what I'm going to do is this. So this is what you need. You need to take this, and you need to copy this. So we'll actually build a panel right now, okay? So I've explained this out, and listen, I understand too, man. This is thick shit, and this is why I've been struggling with this. I literally made the video 3 times yesterday trying to get this out and make it easy to a new player. And part of it is I really believe in trying to learn how the things work and trying to teach how the things work. Like I said, if I don't know how something works, like I'm not sure what this number is doing. It is probably a smoothing number that if I actually went and just worked with this number, I don't need that. I know this is a conversion to nautical miles. I could go in here and change it and not go through that extra block. That is a pain in the ass, but let's do super simple mode here, and let's make this. Okay, all of this is kind of cool stuff down here, but this, as you can see, this can get worse before it gets better. So you're coming down here, this stuff, we'll go through this super fast. I'm not going through this for long. This here is pretty simple. All right, this here with this blinker. So if you notice in my airplane, I've said if we get within half a nautical mile of the waypoint, I have a light blink. That's all that does. If this is within half a nautical mile of the waypoint, the light blinks. That's all that is. That's easy. This here is reading the numbers we need. This reads our current, this reads the bearing, which is right here. This reads the estimated, that's the distance right there. And this reads the estimated time of arrival, and that plugs it into the Lua. All right, I won't go into Lua. I'm not great at Lua. But essentially all this is doing is this is writing it out. So it's asking for some numbers. So it's getting numbers 7, 8, and 9. So 7 is the bearing, 8 is the distance, and 9 is the time. It's then putting those out here as bearing, distance, and time. And that's putting it on my screen. So that's what that is doing. And that's outputting that. This here is actually kind of, where am I at? What's this? Okay, so these are, what is that? 1, 2, 3. I'm trying to remember what this is here. Okay, so this is my pages. So on that bearing Lua screen, I won't go into Lua right now. We'll skip that for now, but I won't go into great detail of it. But this is essentially, I have 3 pages on my screen, 1, 2, 3. So as I push the buttons on those screens, it will count 1, 2, 3, and then it will loop back. So that's what this is. This is counting my pages. That's pretty simple. As you can see, I have multiple I have video switch boxes. So essentially what happens is each page is run off a different Lua block. So this, say, is page 1. This is page 2. And this is page 3. So I have 3 pages, and then these video switch boxes, they switch which video is showing in the monitor. So it's actually 3 different boxes, and it's switching to a different channel on the monitor. That's pretty much all that doing. This is kind of neat here. I won't go over it for too much, but this is, if you see it when I put in my radio frequency, I click a box and it counts up and over. That's all this is doing, is it's reading out the digits there. So we won't go into that, but that is all just Lua stuff. So if I were to do the tutorial on this, and let's do the tutorial for those like Jason who are trying to learn this stuff, let's go ahead and all we need to do is grab this. This is what's important. Okay, we're going to copy that, Control-C. This over here, this is part of the bearing system. All this is each of the airports that stay stationary in game. As you notice, we have Draymore. That's the Y coordinate for Draymore. That is the X coordinate for Draymore. Harrison, O'Neill, FJ, Clark, Ender, Tajin, Airport X, Cargo X. That is TT base. What is dual base, military, BVG, survival base, I think. And so that's just their XY coordinates. So what I do is instead of having to type it in, I can put in a radio frequency, and so it's as though they have a radio antenna. So if I put in channel 610 on my radio, it will tune into, what is this one? TT base. So that's all that is. So you don't need to know any of that. All right, so let's start fresh, and we'll make a bearing panel, and we'll make it on the simple side, and hopefully this can go in. So try to explain this and make it usable for the new player career build series, so I don't have to make the video twice. All right, so we're going to start by making this the bearing panel. And this is going to be a simple panel that we can utilize to do some more complex navigation. So we really don't need much of a panel on this. So bearing panel's coming in. We're going to need, first thing we need to come in here, we're going to need a composite input. And that is going to be the physics sensor. All right, the physics sensor. So the physics sensor is coming in there. This is going to read the X and Y coordinate of our vehicle. All right, good. Next thing we need. Now we need to put in where we want to go. So we need to go number input. This is going to be keypad A. A. And we need number input, keypad B. This is going to correspond to the coordinates on the map, the two coordinates we need, the latitude and the longitude on the map, and then this is going to read our current latitude and longitude, so we'll be able to compare those and then spit them out. All right, next thing we're going to do is we're going to put another composite output. This is going to go to a panel. We're going to make this panel super simple. It's going to just use needles. It will tell us what heading to turn to go to the particular... It's going to tell us our bearing, what heading we need to turn to get to the particular waypoint we put in. It's going to also tell us the distance and the time. So this is going to be panel. All right, so let's go ahead in here. Now I copied this from my bearing panel. We'll go over this quickly. All right, so let's go over this. And so first thing, these two here, this is going to be reading the position from our physics sensor. So let's just grab these blocks down. So our physics sensor is right here. So let's go ahead and update this. Now the physics sensor had to be different, so let's add it. And so we want to be careful of these arrows. So if we look at the arrow on the floor, we're going to use this arrow as our starting point. So we're going to come in with the physics sensor. You want to make sure the blue arrow is pointing forwards, the red arrow is pointing to the side, and the green arrow is pointing up. That matters. So make sure that is facing the correct directions, okay? So this is where it gets a little bit challenging with the way the devs set this up and changed it. So we have to keep that in mind. So let's highlight it. We have our X position, we have our Y position, and we have our Z position. Now, if we have a GPS, let's grab a GPS. And we click on the GPS. We put it right there. You'll notice this has X coordinate and this has Y coordinate. Now this is different on the physics sensor, unfortunately. The physics sensor, they changed the nomenclature on this. X is still X. Y now is the altitude on the map. So you can set the altitude of the map with Y. Z is now the new Y position. I know that makes it confusing, but all we need to know is the X is 1, and the position for the other is going to be 3, which is Z. So if we were comparing it to a GPS, X would be X, and Y would be Z. So a little bit confusing there, but I don't know why they did that, but they did, and we have to live with it. So let's go in here. So enter in here. So if you notice, I already have it numbered 1 for the X coordinate, and 3 for the new coordinate that is the other position on the map. So all you need to know is that X is left, right on the map. If you're looking at the map straight on, how's it going, Neotask? Left is the X coordinate, up and down is what was the Y coordinate, but on the physics sensor, it is actually the Z coordinate. So that goes in there. Next, we have our keypad A, and we have our keypad B. Now, they associate this way. Keypad A goes with our x-coordinate, and keypad B will go with our z-coordinate. So what we do here is we plug those in like this. And so it's actually pretty simple to understand how this is working. So if we look at this, what we're doing is we're taking where we want to go, the waypoint where we want to go, and we're subtracting where we presently are, okay? So where we presently are is subtracted from where we want to go, and that makes sense. You're drawing a line from the x where you want to be to where you presently are, and then you do that with the y as well, or the other coordinate. We'll say other coordinate, latitude and longitude. So this is longitude, the x, and this is going to be our latitude. And so that's comparing them. That is giving us a distance between them. Then we can use some trigonometry, and that trigonometry will then draw us a straight line to where we want to go. All right, and that will give us the heading we want to go to in order to get there. So if we look at this math, I won't go through this too much, but if you notice, the 360s are essentially when we're talking about degrees. There are 360 degrees, so 0 is all the way up north. We actually say 360 is north, so 1 degree off of 360 is 0. And then 90 would be all the way east, 180 south, 270 west, 360 is north. So that's why we have 360 there. A tan is a tangent. That's going to give us the tangent between our x and our y. So it's going to essentially, if we had our x coordinate and we had our y coordinate, this is going to give the tangent between them, which will give us the heading we need to go. So all we need to know about that is this, and I'll zoom way in and you can see it. It's parentheses 360 plus parentheses a tan 2. If we look here at trigonometry, we can find a tan right there, arc tangent. That's what we're using. It's actually arc tangent square here. It's a tan squared. So a tan squared, x, y, that's reading out our x and our y here, divided by pi squared times 360. That's getting us into degrees. Parentheses, parentheses, and then we're doing percentage of 360. That is to give us a readable compass heading, essentially. If not, we'd not be able to understand how that is on the compass. That will give us a degree in 360 there. All right. Next is distance. So there's a couple things with distance. We're actually going to go down here. We have len xy. We go down to add-on, and we look at this len xy. That is the length of the vector. So a vector is essentially a heading or a line from where we are to where we want to be. And what we're going to do is we're going to be measuring that line, and if we know how long that line is, right, we can then convert it into a unit we want to do. The game defaults to converting this unit into meters. So this is going to give us meters. So for example, if we are, I used this example before, 13,700 meters from where we presently are to where we want to be, right? That's 13.7 kilometers, right? We divide meters by 1,000 and get kilometers. If we wanted to go into miles, nautical miles, a nautical mile is about half of what a kilometer is, approximately. So if we look at this, right, so if we wanted to turn this meters into kilometers, what we would do is we could do this distance, which is in meters, times 0.0001. All right, that would give us it in kilometers. Now, to get us into nautical miles, right, it would be 0.000539957. And so that's pretty simple. I'll show you where you could actually find that. I'm gonna turn this into the video, so that's why I'm kind of not talking to you guys too much, is so that I can easily cut this up. I can't pause it either. So let's go and I'll put on the screen cap here for you guys to see. All right, so we're gonna convert. Let's see, kilometers to nautical miles, and okay, that's nanometers. I love it how it does that. There we go. All right, so as you can see, that's where I'm getting the number, 0.539957. Now this kilometers to nautical miles. If we went ahead and we did meters to nautical miles, there's where I get that number, 0.000539957. So that should look familiar. That is where I'm getting that number that gives it to me. You know, so that is my conversion to convert meters to nautical miles. So I like it in nautical miles. You can change whatever unit you want there. And so these are labeled. So you can see these labels. Let me just move this over one. There we go. All right, so if we look at that, as you can see, it's labeled distance, and then this is labeled distance in nautical miles. So all this is doing is converting my distance from meters to nautical miles. Pretty simple. Then we're going over this part. And what this is doing is delta is telling us the change. So if we look up delta block here, right here, it says evaluates a mathematical expression. Delta, let's click on the right one. Outputs the difference between the input and the input from the previous tick. So the game will tick at a certain rate, and it's going to compare last tick to this tick. So for example, you would use a delta, say, for example, to figure out how much fuel you're burning. So if your fuel tank had 10 liters in it on the first tick, and then on the second tick it had 9 liters in it, you know per tick I'm burning 1 liter per tick. And then you can multiply the tick out to utilize it in hours or minutes, and that will give you a fuel flow rate. So we're going to use it here, and the difference is we're going to be using it for our ETA, estimated time of arrival. So remember, this is the distance we have from where we are to where we want to go. So what that's going to do is it's going to take our current distance, and it's going to compare it to where we are in 1 tick. So if we're moving towards where the waypoint where we're trying to go, the first tick will be further away than the second tick. And because the first tick we're further away and the second tick we're closer, we can then figure out how long is it going to take for us to get there. As we accelerate, the change is going to be larger, and we can read that out as time. All right, so that delta comes up here, and it's going to go into the x function. So let's look at this. So I'm not sure what these are for here. If we look at that, it's 0.9 times y. Y is reading the same value out. So generally, you'll do this for smoothing. So I'm not 100% sure what that's about. But what we need to focus here on is we'll start with focusing on the negative x. If we look, our delta comes into negative x. The reason it is negative is what would happen is as we shrink that distance, so let's say we're 1 nautical mile away from our waypoint on tick 1. On tick 2, we're 0.9 nautical miles away. So we've gone 0.1 nautical mile in a tick. That's going to read out a negative number, and that's going to say we're negative minutes away. Well, we don't want to be negative minutes. We always want to be positive minutes. So by doing a negative x, that's just going to always give us our minutes positive. Now the z component is going to be the vector. That's how far we are from there. So we need to compare the delta to how far we actually are there. So how much do we have remaining? So this is going to take the remaining distance, z, and it's going to divide it by the rate. So if we know we're 1 nautical mile away, z, and we know we're moving essentially at 60 nautical miles an hour, we know that in 1 minute we will reach our destination. All right, and so what that's going to do then is we divide it by 60. So if we know that we're going to be there in a minute, and we divide it by 60, all that's doing is putting it into a smaller unit. That's going to give us the seconds, so it'll be 60 seconds. And then we go up here, and I'm just converting it to a more usable number for myself here. And then here what we're doing is, this is something you don't need to have, but essentially what's going to happen is when you're not moving, it's going to take an infinite amount of time to go that distance. If we're 1 nautical mile away from where we from the waypoint we want to go to, and we're stationary, we're not moving, of course it's going to take an infinite amount of time. Let's say we're moving 0.1 nautical mile an hour towards the waypoint. It's going to take us, say, a million minutes to get there. Well, we don't want the dial to try to read out a million. That doesn't do anything for us. What we want the dial to read out is between 1 minute and 180 minutes. And you could change this number. You want it longer? That's 3 hours. That's plenty of time for me. It's not going to take us 3 hours to go anywhere in game unless we're taking a boat up to the Arctic. So that's all the time I need to know. And so what's going to happen is it's going to read a 0 out unless I'm between 1 and 180. So all this will do is it will make it so that the number is not enormous on our dial. That's all this is doing. So this is the basis of what we need for some more complex navigation. So let's go ahead and set this up. And so the next thing we'll do is we're going to put in a panel, and we will start to read this data out. So we're going to do it really simply. In the future, we can upgrade this panel to be a little bit more snazzy, but right now we're just going to make it read some simple stuff. So first thing we want, this is going to be the bearing 2. All this is going to do is read us out a number. All right, this is bearing 2. All right, so this reads out a number. What heading do I need to turn to in order to get to where I want to go? That's it. That's what a bearing 2 is. A bearing from would be the opposite. Bearing from would be what heading is from where I want to go to. So this is something you do in aviation. If you fly past the waypoint, your heading will be the same. Your bearing will be opposite because it's now behind you. So we're just going to do bearing 2. All right, we're going to do dial, and we're going to do 0, and max value will be 360. So it's going to be a heading, so it's going to be within 0 to 360. All right, so that's channel 1. Channel 2, we're going to do distance. All right, and this is going to be, we're going to use our units. I put in nautical miles. Again, I showed you how you can change it to whatever you want. Kilometers, you want to keep it as meters because you're a masochist and you want to see enormous numbers. You can do that. You can change it to miles, statute miles, whatever you like. So we'll keep that as a dial. And we don't need this to be enormous. We're going to use reasonable numbers here. And so we'll go ahead and we'll do, let's say, 100 nautical miles. To put that in perspective, from FJ to the Arctic is 45 nautical miles. So likely anywhere we're going will be within 100 nautical miles. So that's fine. We'll put 2 there. And dial 3, we're going to go ahead here. And this is going to be our time. So this is going to be our estimated time of arrival, ETA. That's going to tell us when we think we're going to get there. So I'm going to do 0 to 180 minutes. So we're going to do it in minutes. Minutes are just a little bit easier to read because, if you said 0.8 hours, it'd be 8 times 6, so it'd be 48 minutes. That's, you have to do a conversion in your head. This is a little bit easier. Okay, it's going to be 90 minutes, that's an hour and a half. It's going to be 60 minutes, that's going to be an hour. It's going to be 40 minutes, okay, that's, a third off of an hour. It's a little bit easier to work with this, so that tends to be what I like to work. And then for now, we're just going to do none. Now, in future episodes, I'm going to go ahead and we'll use some digital screens. We'll go over how to do 7 segment gauges to make these read out a little bit cooler. And we'll go into Lua after that. But for now, we'll just do this. So we'll go ahead and we'll plug in the panel into the panel. And now let's just make these numbers readable from the bearing panel. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to write a number. And we're going to go ahead and we're doing start channel 1. We're going through 3. So we're going to be writing 3 channels for our panel here. First is the bearing 2. That comes from this. So again, this is giving us a compass heading to go to in order to reach our point. Next, this is going to be our distance in nautical miles. That goes to 2. And then 3 is right here. This is going to be our estimated time arrival in minutes. So that goes right there. Then we're going to plug in our panel. All right, good. Next thing we need is we have that keypad. So let's go update this. And we need to input a keypad. So we're going to grab keypad. And we want this big one. The small one, it reads 1 number. This one will read multiple numbers. Plus, this one will allow us to put the coordinates in from the map. All right, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to hook that up as well. So as you can see, I want to take my output B and plug it to B. I want my output A, plug it to output A. All right, and we're going to go ahead and we'll spawn this. All right, next thing we need to do is we're going to go ahead, and it's a little tippy, of course. Let's fix that. So this is just a dead block under here. We'll take that, get rid of it, and I'll put this on the ground. All right, so if we look out there, we're going to want to put a waypoint. Now, I have it set up. If you go in your custom menu, you'll notice we have map 3D waypoints. I'm going to go over here, and we're going to put a waypoint really close to us, okay? We'll put it right here, straight ahead towards the runway, all right? And I'm actually going to do this. Let's do this. Let's grab a compass. So grab a compass. And this way, it will allow us to put a compass on our character. All right, so we'll spawn this. Now we have a compass on our character. All right, there's our waypoint right there. And we can see the distance. It's 112 meters from where we presently are to there. Now let's look at this. That is a heading of 123. All right, so let's go ahead and, so since that is already on the map, if we look, we have the waypoint on the map. And we click on our keypad. We don't have to enter it in manually. We have this thing that says input waypoint. We press that, and it puts it in for us. We go ahead and hit the checkbox. And 256, this is fucked up. Why is this fucked up? Oh, I hit it. That's why. Nope, something's up, guys. I need to read out some numbers here. Something's up. Why is this reading backwards now? So distance is 10 nautical miles. Something's fucked up here. Alright, something screwed up, guys. I gotta fix it. Let's see. Did I plug in the wrong physics sensor? So does that make a little bit more sense to you guys? I'm kind of doing I'll end up recording the video for the New Player Career Build Series separate, but I'm trying to, like, get it coherent. Is that more coherent to you guys? I still have to look at this and see why it's screwed up, but... Let me make sure I plugged everything in correctly. So we have B is B, A is A. Let's go ahead and let me make sure I put them in right. So B is the 47 number, okay? So let's look here. So the 47 number is Y coordinate, okay? And A is the 19, that makes sense, okay? How's it going, Neotastic? Yeah, I was initially going to try to make that the video, but I don't think I'm going to. I'm going to have to figure this out off screen anyway and redo this. Alright, so A is X, that's correct. B is that. Physics sensor is there. Distance sonic miles. Why is this screwy now? One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Starting at 1. That should be fine. Okay, distance is there. Nautical miles. That is time. That should be fine. Okay, that's all plugged in fine. I didn't delete anything, did I? Okay, let's see why this is screwed up now. Oh, you know what? I wonder if it's... Did I leave the electricity off? That's what it was, I think, maybe. Yep, that was what it was. I shut the electricity off. Okay, that's it. I shut the electricity off. The physics sensor needs power to run. I forgot to turn the electricity back on. All right, so now that once we put in the waypoint on there, as you notice, it's negative 19,085.77. We have our 2 coordinates there. If we look at our bearing, again, we look there, we look at our compass, 122. We look at our bearing 2, 122.61. So this is now reading out the bearing. What heading do I need to turn to get there? All right, so let's move it. Let's actually look at a couple other things. Distance, nautical miles, 0.06 nautical miles. All right, so that's 112 meters, right? So it's 0.00053 nautical miles per meter, and so it's about right in there. It's about half that value. So we have about 11.2 there. We have 0.06 there, and ETA. Notice it's 0. Now, if I bump it, that's not going to work. Let's bump it a little bit and see if I can get that to just move. So notice the ETA, the needle is moving. See the ETA needle move? As I push it, we're getting closer. It's now reading out an ETA. As it sits stationary, remember we have that numerical switch box. That gives us a 0 because otherwise it would give us a million. Now let's go in here and I'll remind you of that part. So this part right here, remember, it's if we're reading anywhere outside of 1 minute to 180 minutes, it's going to read 0. If I didn't do this, let's say I didn't do this, okay? So right here, let's plug this directly into the value, okay? Let's show you why I use this switch box. Let's spawn it. Let's put in the waypoint. And it's in. Look at our ETA. Huh. Why is it not doing that? It does it on a digital. If I do it on a digital gauge, it will do that. That is weird. Okay. It does need it, though, because I have plugged in other things, and it screws it all up. Unless they changed it. I don't know. Oh, you know what? Let's plug it in here. Check it. What did I do? Let's spawn it. I don't know what's sitting there right now. Nope, ETA is raining fine. Huh, that's weird. Okay. Maybe I don't need the switch box anymore. I used to need that switch box because it would make the number enormous. But, let's go from there. Alright, so let's go back out and let's play with it some more. Alright, so we have our waypoint there. Okay. So let's estimate our next waypoint. So let's go ahead and we'll do Harrison. Harrison is way over here. We'll put a waypoint there. All right, let's first try to make some guesses. So if you look at our compass is showing 095. I put the cursor right on Harrison. 095 is our bearing to Harrison. It's 13.2 kilometers. All right. Now, nautical mile is about half, so we should expect, you know, between 6 and 8. So let's go ahead and we'll do large keypad. We'll go click enter. Bearing is 995. Right there. 95.55, as you can see. 95. We look at our distance nautical mile, it's about half. If we look at our time, time is 0 until I push it, and then you notice it starts to give me ETAs because we're moving. So it won't read out an ETA until we're moving, and it'll start to give me how long it's going to take me to get there. All right, and so we can do this a little bit more fun. Let's grab this. Let's go ahead and we will save this. So new player career build series, bearing panel. All right, and we'll grab my electric cart. All right, so we'll grab the electric cart, and then we'll bring in the panel. And I'm going to stick it right here where I can read it. So we'll stick the bearing panel itself on the back. I just want to make sure the arrows are pointing the correct direction. All right, so that will sit right here is fine. And I'll stick this in the back of my electric cart here. And the one thing we want is we want this panel here where we can actually read it. And I'm going to stick this on the front of the cart where I can actually visualize this and see the needles move, and we can read the different values. All right, that's all we need there. Let's go ahead and spawn it. Let's plug in electricity here. We need electricity. I have infinite electricity on, but we'll plug this in anyway. All right, and we'll go ahead and we'll spawn this. All right, then we'll go ahead and we'll put in the coordinates. So let's go ahead and we're going to put it at the end of the runway. All right, so there's the waypoint at the end of the runway. We'll go ahead and plug this in the keypad. Input waypoint is entered, and we jump in our seat. You'll notice bearing 2 is 202. So if we turn there and we look at it with a compass, why is that fucked up again? Sorry, guys. Why is that screwed up? Did I change anything on this? I don't think I changed anything on this, did I? Info electricity? Should be running fine. I don't know why it's screwed up. 202. Oh, you know what it is? I can't read my compass while I'm sitting in the seat. That's what it is. Okay, there we go. So see, it is 202. Okay. So now let's go ahead and we'll drive over there. So let's go ahead. We'll turn the cart on. And so we need to turn 202. We're 0.19 nautical miles. Notice we're 0 ETA. Now let's start driving. As we move, the ETA is going to change because we're moving towards the point. So as we slow down, that number should get bigger. Notice the number get bigger. As we're slowing down, of course, it's going to take longer to get there. Distance is getting smaller. ETA, now let's speed up. You notice ETA is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And when we go over it, you'll notice the ETA starts going negative. And then we turn. And now we're starting to get closer again. And so that is the bearing panel. All right, so guys, so what is confusing about that explanation and what is good? Because I think I have it kind of licked for what I need to do to explain it, new player career build series, but I want to kind of get your guys' input on if that is clear to you, if something's confusing. What are you guys finding confusing about that? I know Jason was struggling with kind of understanding some of the concepts, so I just want to make sure that's good. How's it going today, Neotastic? Yeah, my 44 kilometers an hour. My bigger, the bigger truck that I released yesterday, that was, I forget what the speed was on that one. It's going to be hard to get a 2-cylinder motor. Like, what part is confusing you? You know, at the end of the day, can you follow, like, just, like, if I, you know, so what I'm going to do for the new player career build series, I'm going to essentially put this in the boat, and then I'm gonna release both this and the panel. So what I think I'll do is I'll put this off for a little bit, and I will try to do a better job of explaining just the bearing panel. I'll make that, release it to the workshop, and then you guys can just copy the bearing panel and you have it. Okay, yeah. So I think, you know, I will go ahead and I'll do a bearing panel tutorial at some point. I'll try to do it soonish. And then what I'll do is, so I've been kind of going back and forth with the new player career build series. Is some of my thoughts have been build the actual stuff in the career build series and show people how to build it live. The other one is make a tutorial and then link the tutorial and then do more of the mechanics. So what I think I'll do with this one is I will, you know, talk about the bearing panel, show how you use it, and then I will link to the tutorial. I'm trying to think if there's, you know, my main issue is so I figured this out. This was a part that I couldn't remember what this is. This part I remember now. So this makes sense to me. Let me see if I can help you with this. Let's bring up paint. Again, my trigonometry is not great. Let's go ahead and let's bring up some, see if I can kind of show you what's going on here. So, I wish it wasn't so bright, but let's find a line. Let's do brush size, that's fine. Actually need a black line. There we go. Okay, so let's put a couple waypoints. So, first waypoint is going to be... So, this is right here. That is where we are. And we want to go over to this star here. So those are the 2 places, all right? So if we look at our grid on the paint.net here, you notice we have grid lines. So right here, the center of this one here is right here. It's about 1050. So on the x-axis, it's 10, on the y-axis, it is 1050. And on the x-axis, it is about 410. Okay, so this is 410 by 1050. We know that where that is. This one over here has its own axis. So what are we doing? We're drawing a line. Okay, and let's see. Get a line. So we're essentially drawing an X line and a Y line. So the X line is this. So we're on this. It's too big. Yeah, part of the thing is you don't need to understand all the trig of how it works. You just kind of need to understand how it relates in game. But there's our x-axis, and here's our y-axis. All right, so that is where these 2 intersect. So my x line and the y line intersect there. And so what I need to know is what line... Oh, come on, dude. I hate it when it changes color like that. That's annoying. I have to hit escape, and then if I don't hit it enough times, it doesn't do it. All right, so then what we need to do is we need to figure out this line. So this is the bearing 2, all right? This is the bearing to how to get there. So this is where we intersect. So what that math is doing is it's giving us that, let me bring back up the game here. So that's essentially doing the subtraction, the adding and subtracting there, and it's bringing us to that. And then we get we go in here, and essentially what that's doing is it's changing it into degrees. And that allows us to use it on the compass. So it's taking the tangent and it's taking pi in order to get at that. Again, I can't explain the trigonometry, you know, and I don't think it's useful to go through the trigonometry. I think it's easier to say, okay, this is the formula you need, and this is what you need to plug into it. So you need to take the x-coordinate of where you are versus where you want to be. So like we can do the math really quick. Let's do it here. So let's do it really quick here. So let's spawn this. I don't think I can read all this, can I? No, I can't. So, like, what we'd be doing is we'd be taking, if we look here at our current position. So right here is our current position. If we look at the x right there, you can see x is negative 19. Let's bring up a calculator. So it'll be x is negative 19. 319.8, and then we're no, sorry, I did it backwards here. Sorry, this is when it makes it hard for me to explain it if I screw it up. So 19308. So it'd be, I won't make them negative. They can be positive. It doesn't matter. So we'll make them positive. So it'll be 19308's right here. So 19308 minus our current position, which is 19170. 19170. I hate it when it does that. 70. My God, man. Can I hit the right keys? 19. Oh my God. 19170. 170 equals. Okay, so that's 138. So there's 138 units between here and there. So to make the so to explain it to you, let's say this is northwest, right? Perfectly northwest. So the x-coordinate is this way, left, right. All right. So the x-coordinate is left, right. So it's telling me how many blocks do I need to walk to the right in order to get to where I want to go. So here I am. I'm at 190, 170. All right, so 190, 170 right there, okay? I need to walk X number of blocks to get there. So I need to go, it's 306, so I need to go 138 blocks to go from here to line up with the x-coordinate. That's the first thing. So you're justifying your x-coordinate. I need to go 138 blocks over to the left to be able to match up with where I want to go. Next, then you're going to consider your y-coordinate. So your y-coordinate here is, what is it? Let's find this one first. 50, 19. So we go 50, 19, and we'd subtract off what's our y-coordinate of where we presently are. 4693. 4693 equals. So I need to go 326 blocks up to meet it. All right, so we walked 138 blocks this way, and then we walked 326 blocks down, right? That will get us to our waypoint. All right, so the question I'm asking is, how many blocks X do I need to go to line up with it? And then how many blocks Y do I need to go to reach it? So, of course, we're not going to walk this way and then down, right? We're going to go diagonal, okay? Now, that's all trigonometry. I was not great at trig, but luckily we don't have to be, because one of the things in school, especially when I was there, is you need to remember all the formulas, right? That was what was hard. The formula does the work for you. If you look up a formula, it's going to do the work for you. So all we need to really know about that first part, right? The addition, the subtraction that we're doing there. So Jason, does this make sense to you? That you know that, okay, if I subtract my current position from here, it's going to tell me I need to go 138 blocks X, and then I need to go 326 blocks down. Does that make sense to you? Because that's kind of the basics of what that part does. So what that's doing is, if I can find where the hell I am, okay, here. So all that is doing is this part right here. So this part is that. This part is figuring out how many blocks do I need to move X, how many blocks do I need to move Y. That's all that does. Now what this is doing is this is using trigonometry with a tangent to be able to make it so that it will give us a usable number. So let's actually see if I can plug this in. So let's make a quick block here. 8, 10. Okay, so let's figure this out. So what is a tangent doing? So the tangent is pretty simple if I remember trigonometry from 30 years ago. It wasn't 30 years ago, but it was getting there. All right, so let's look at our current position again, right? So we know that it's 138 blocks over X. It's 326 down, but we're not going to walk over and then down, right? We're going to walk straight. So we need to figure out how many blocks is it from here to there? Okay, so that's the next thing we need to figure out. So what we can do is that there is... Come on, let me get in there. All right, so that's going to give us our distance. So what that's doing is, again, we know how many X blocks and we know how many Y blocks we need. And so what we're doing is we're taking the length of vector and we're taking the 138 blocks, right, and the 326 blocks. So let's break this microcontroller down even further. So let's make a fresh micro really quick. And we'll do it part by part. All right, so I just want this to spit out a number. So pretty simple. This is just going to be logic node 1. That's going to be a number output. It's going to spit out the number for us. So let's go in logic. I don't need that. Get out of there. Let's go in here. All right, so pretty simple. All right, so what we'll do is we'll do that block that we had. So I need the function. We'll take the 3-block function here, and this will plug into that. All right, and then we need to go in here to add on, and we have len, L-E-N, and we just need to copy it. So we should be able to copy it. Can't copy it. X, comma, Y, X, comma, Y. All right, so if we remember, right, so I'm not even gonna put in X, Y. Remember, X was 138 blocks, right? Y was 326 blocks. 326. All right, so that's going to read us out a number. So we'll update that. I'll go take a dial, and we're going to read that. That should tell us how many blocks we need to go in a straight line. So this is going to give us straight line distance. And make sure the symmetry is still on, the infinite electricity is still on. So that should be giving us the distance in straight blocks. Okay, good. So notice, I forget what the numbers were now, but I wrote them down. So 138 blocks X and 326 blocks, something like that, Y. But it's 354 blocks straight ahead. So if we cut it up into blocks, right, and we put a grid there, we'd have to walk 300 and whatever the hell this just said. 354 blocks would get us straight there. That's the distance from there, right? And then all we're doing is we're converting it into a usable unit. In this case, nautical miles. This is meters, right? And so likely this is spitting out meters. Likely it's meters would make sense. So if this is 354 meters and that's 348, I would say it's probably reading in meters. But, you know, that would be my guess. And it looks pretty close. So that is that part of the equation. So that's pretty simple getting to there. Now, I'm not great at some of these formulas here, but the tangent is going to give us, if we go back to paint, so the tangent is just giving us this line. All right. We don't want to go up and then over. We want to go straight across. All right, so what that's going to give us is a number. Okay, it's going to give us a number to go there. Now, it doesn't know what it is in compass value. The whole reason we're doing all this pi 360 is to give it a compass value. All right, and so we're doing 360 plus the tangent divided by pi 360. This is all, in my understanding, to convert this into a compass reading. All of this stuff, the 360s, is all about converting it into a compass. This is all about giving us a line from where we are directly across, because we can't draw a line straight from here to there. We need to draw an X and a Y, and then we use the tangent to find the line across. So that's what that's doing. And that is reading us out a degree on the compass, and that tells us what heading to turn to. And then here, the delta can be a little bit confusing. Even these, I'm not 100% sure what this is. Again, like I said, I reversed engineered some of this. Let's see. This is probably smooth, and let's do a test. Okay, let me cut this. So we're going to cut that out. All right. And we're going to cut this out. Let's undo the cut. Where am I at here? Yeah, let's undo this cut, and let's go from this straight to there. So let's cut all that. Oh, yeah, let's cut all that out. So let's try x divided by z divided by negative x divided by 60. So what this is doing here is, we'll make this even simpler. So z is that 354 blocks we just figured out, right? Timothy, do you remember this this trigonometry stuff here? We're trying to teach trig. So, right, we have the length of our vector. Remember, we just figured that out, right? We did an impractical in-game test. It was 354 meters from where we were to where we wanted to go. Now what we're trying to do is we're trying to see how long it's going to take to get there. And so what we're doing is the delta, remember, is change over tick. So it's the change over time. So on tick 1, I am 354 blocks, 354 meters from my waypoint. I make one step. Every step is a meter. So I take in 1 second, I take one step, okay? 1 second, one step. All right, so the delta is going to read 354 meters. Then the next step, it's going to read 353 meters. And so what it knows is the number is shrinking by 1 per second. That's going to allow it to set the rate. So that's all the delta is doing, is it's seeing the change over time per tick. So Z is that 354 number. So this is how many meters we have remaining. This is comparing that. So this is taking how many meters we have remaining divided by the change in that, right? So if we know we have 354 meters left and we're going 1 meter per second, 1 meter per second, then we know that it's going to take us 354 seconds to get there. All right, so let's try it with this broken down formula that I got rid of some of the crap that I feel we don't probably need. All right, so let's see. Let's enter in the waypoint. Time's going to be tough. Here, let's do a trick here. Watch this. So let's do a handle. Let's do a handle. All right, and so we have a handle on there now. Now let's spawn it. And let's put in the waypoint. All right, so it's telling us our bearing is 201. Let's grab our compass. Hey, look at that, 201. All right, ETA is 0, right? We're not moving, so I have it read in a 0. That's fine. Distance in nautical miles is 0.19. That makes sense, right? About half of that. Now let's grab this handle. I need to get rid of that. Let's grab the handle. It does not like that at all. Okay. This is really easy to read stuff, isn't it, guys? You suck. Let's see. It doesn't like this at all. Here, let's try something a little bit different. Let's put it back in the cart. So let's save this as... At the end of the day, I want people to understand this. I don't want it, like, I hate the tutorials that are just like, do X, do Y, do Z. I want people to understand why it works. So let's go ahead, that's saved. Let's go ahead and load up the cart again. So the electric cart is helpful to do this. Because it lets me just drive around a little bit. It lets me move. So let's go ahead and we will, oh my God. Click the right thing, we'll be in good shape here. All right, there we go. So this will go in. I'm just going to put this in the middle here so that it reads properly. I want to make sure the physics sensor's in the middle. That will help a little bit. All right, and then we'll grab our dials. And remember, I'm not going to be able to read the compass on this one. That's fine because I don't have a compass sensor on the It's going to read the see, my body is locked in, so the compass is going to read whatever I'm facing, I think. All right, so now all we really care about now is the distance and ETA. All right, so let's go ahead and let's move. So let's get in here, on. So bearing 2 is, we have to enter it in. So let's go keypad. All right, and so bearing 2 is 202. We stand out of our seat, grab our compass. 202 right there, 202 to our waypoint. That works fine. ETA 0. We're not moving. Bearing 2, 202. Nautical miles is static. It's going to read it. Now let's gently start moving. So I'm just going to notice that needle started moving, and notice how it's going crazy. That's why I put that numerical switch box in there. See how it's going nuts? So a lot of that is smoothing. So that first bit of numbers that I deleted out, that is all about smoothing. I believe it's taking a percentage of the number, and it's just, so it's giving us a little of a number. That's why I need that beginning portion, is it smooths it out. That's all that's about. I was talking about why when you feed a number back into itself, it's giving you smoothing. And so that's why we're doing that. So see how it's doing this? It's just so that it doesn't look like that. That's unusable. But notice our bearing is slowly, we're going to turn our bearing. Our bearing is good. We're heading straight towards it, so that should be pretty static now. Distance in nautical miles, you'll notice it's very slowly going down, as you can see. Time, so all that, the 0.9 and the Y and reading that Y value again, all of that was to smooth it out. And so let's speed up again. Let's go www. And now we're getting a more reasonable number, but it's still fluctuating. So what we can also do is we can cut off the bottom digits, but all that other stuff was all about smoothing to give us a static number that's more usable instead of it flickering the whole time. So notice, you see how it's counting down now. So how are you getting along with that there, Jason? Is that making a little bit more sense? Yeah, my trig is not great. Yeah, it's been so long, and one thing that you need to understand too is you don't necessarily need to understand every bit of the trigonometry to work it. All you need to know is, hey, in this case you need sine, in this case you need cosine, in this case you need tangent. That's what you really need to know, and you need to know the formulas. I'm trying to break all these formulas down. Like, some of these formulas I put in here, I made myself, and I forgot them because guess what? I haven't broken this panel apart in a while. Every time I need a new bearing panel, I go copy. And so that's one of the pitfalls of keep copying your own work is you start to like, oh, I don't need to remember this trig function anymore because I'd never use it. All right, so let's go back to the other one. So you see why that, you see how that estimated time of arrival needle was moving all over the place and it was gross looking? You notice how it was like fluctuating and it was really flicking and the number was always flicking and it was like, it wasn't really good to read. So that is, get out of there. That is the whole point of, let's find the other panel. Here it is. So that is the point of this. So again, I think I put these, either somebody put these numbers in or I did, but that's what this is all about. So this portion here, so remember we cut out all of this. That is really not necessary. This is not necessary to make it work. All this does is this is making it so that it is a more readable number. And so let's try to figure it out ourselves here. So we have the y value is itself. So this is reading out that flickery ETA number. So this reads out the ETA number. That goes into y. So what we're doing is we're going 0.9 times y. So let's say it's going to take us 10 minutes to get there. Okay. So it'll be 10 times 0.9. Right, so it'd be 0.9. All right, so then it would be plus 0.1. So that would be 9.9 times that number. So it's taking the number and it's essentially, what's that doing, man? That's knocking off. So that's why, I don't know why you would add the number. I'm trying, no, it's hierarchy. It's probably, you know what it is? I bet it's 9. I'm trying to think of the order of operations here. It would be y plus 0.01, so it would be 10.1 times 0.9, right? So it would be 10.1 times 0.9, 10.1 times 0.9 equals 9.09 times whatever the value is. So that is probably, so the whole point of this, like I said, this is smoothing. By taking the number back in, I don't understand exactly how this works, but that is the point of this, is it's smoothing. So we plug this back in now. Let's just copy this. I might, if Mercy is with me here. Okay, so this is still here. This is the one that we took that off of. So you notice that that number works without all this gobbledygook. Let's put it back in. All right, so that is back in now. Let's see if it operates smoother now. All right, so hopefully this should probably operate more smoothly now. That's the whole point of that, is to smoothen that number out. Yeah. Well, let's see. I don't know if it's actually okay. So it does seem smoother now. So notice the number is smoother now. It's the first two digits are not flicking as much as they were last time. So that's all that is doing, is that is smoothing that digit out so that those two numbers are not flicking around as rapidly as they were before. It's taking the value and it is smoothing them out. That's all that is doing. So that is not necessary, but it's comfortable. Now you could even do this. I won't go into it, but you can do, you could cut off that decimal place if you wanted to. The decimal place isn't really necessary. I don't like doing that because it will flick the number up down more. So that's all that's doing. And yeah, so then, let me see. Try to get this 0.3 minutes. So 0.3 would be 18 seconds. So that makes sense. So it'd take us about 18 seconds to get there. So yeah, so that's all that really was. I put in a conversion on top of that to convert it. I probably didn't even need to. But But yeah, so that's all this is. This here, this section here is just to smooth the number out. It's feeding the number back into itself, and it's smoothing it out so that it's not as flickery, because it's constantly flicker, flick, 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 and you can't read it. And it's miserable. That's all that's doing. This is that's doing the bulk of the work. It's taking the distance via the change divided by the change of the distance divided by 60 to give you a time. Anytime you see 60, it's usually something to do with time, because you're converting to time. You know, so that's on that. So does that make a little bit of sense? I'll read some of Stalemates. They're a little bit in depth, so I haven't gone through it. I'm just reading some of Stalemates. We're working on a bearing panel, Connor. Yeah, it's tough. You know, this stuff is tough to, like. I would not sit down myself and go through and rebuild this over and over again. I should. That would be a little bit better to remember it. But generally, what I'll do is I'll go like this, copy what I need, and then I have it. You know, but I think, you know, going through each part, I think, is helpful. You can tell that, you know, this is the length of the vector. That's how far it is from where I am to where I'm going. This is then converting that from meters to nautical miles. If you want to convert it to, for example, you want it in kilometers, done. Okay, let's see, what is statute miles? Meters to statute. Statute miles is what miles are. Like miles an hour is in statute miles. So 1 meter is 0.00, lots of numbers. So this here is statute miles. So if you want it in statute miles, it would be that. All right, nautical miles was the 53 number. So if you want it in statute miles, it would be that number. That's all this block is doing, and that's why I put it distance in nautical miles. These little property texts, I use these to tell me what my blocks are. You know, so that's all that's doing. So often what you'll see people do is they'll do these as well. They'll do, where's drop-down boxes? Property drop-downs. And so let's label this value here. I've never used these actually before. Let's see, nautical miles. Current value, none, set value, okay. And so this will be, what is it, nautical miles, I don't even know how to use it. Add, okay, there we go, option 1. So this is units. We'll do distance units. I've never used one of these before. So for example, let's say I want to make this so that you can change it to whatever you want. Option 1, nautical miles. Okay, so the value would be 0.00053 essentially. All right, so that would be the first choice. Choice 2. Choice 2 is going to be meters. All right, what's that going to do? That is going to multiply it by 1. Okay, and that's going to give you meters. All right, then we go, choice 3 is going to be kilometers, km. That's going to be times 0.0001. That's 1,000th of the number of meters. You get a kilometer. And then we add and we do statute miles. Statute miles is that long, obnoxious number I just did. So this is another one you could do here. And what you would have to do is then as you go, you do multifunction. So function. So you'll see this in some people's builds that they make them highly configurable. So you take this and you go like this and you do x times y. And then this here plugs into there. And then the difference with this is what you can do is, let's say we update this. And what you can do with this is, so see we have a drop box now. And so the point of this is, let's say, okay, I'm gonna put my bearing system in my boat, nautical miles. Let's say I want to put my bearing system in my car. I want statute miles. Let's say I'm walking. I want it in meters. You know, let's say I'm euro. I want it in kilometers. So that's what that does, and it will multiply it out. I didn't see what you guys were saying. I think I did know that. Let's you know what it is? I think I know what it is. Let's try something. Let's do a little test. So this is something you can do to change your units, but like even you know, when I started this video, you saw how I was like trying to remember what all these things were, and that's just because I'm a victim of my own copy issues, and this is why I talk about I often will restart a new microcontroller every build, and it's a pain in the ass, but I always remember what everything does. This sort of stuff, like, I don't go back in here. This was educational for me just to remember what these things were. Like, I didn't know what this block was. I'm like, what the hell is that block for? And then I looked up, oh, that's changing from meters to nautical miles. So, like, that stuff's good to go back in. Like, I forgot what this did. That's smoothing. That's all that is smoothing. This is doing all the heavy lifting. You could do it without it, but it's going to give you ugly numbers. And so, you know, it's good to go back every once in a while. Let's do this test here. Citrus was just talking about the engines, dependent upon the different cylinders, have different sounds. I don't actually think it's cylinders. Let's try something. Let's do modular. I think it's crankshafts make the noise, if I'm not mistaken. Let's do a test. I want to test this out. Spend more time just making square blocks to put things on. All right, so let's we'll see if you guys can hear this, and we'll make this. We'll figure this out. All right, so let's go a couple blocks up. Let's go a couple blocks up. Let's do one over here. Do one over here. All right, let's do a crankshaft piece. We'll do all one by ones now. We'll do one. All right, let's do it here. Let's go 1, 2. Get out of there, you. Go the right way. 3. 4. Come on, man. Straight and fly right. 4. 5, and we'll do a 6 here. You're gonna be a pain, aren't you? So we'll go this way. I wish I'd off. This 6 one's gonna suck, so we'll take this, and this 6 one's not gonna be helpful. All right, let's do clutches, modular engine clutches. Do constant number. And let's go 1. Okay, let's do motors. Okay, let's try throttle. Alright, let's do a test on this. We'll see what the sounds are. Alright, so here's our 1. Okay, and let's put our... so I guess we do need the cylinders. I couldn't remember if it was the cylinder or the crank. If you put a cylinder on here, you can turn it backwards, though. It would make sense that it's a cylinder, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's the way the devs did it. Alright, so can you guys hear that engine all right? So what I'll do is I'll bring up Audacity. Alright, so if Audacity is up, I can see the wave pattern. So I'll show you guys so you can see it too. Let's do display capture again. Alright, so let's record this. I need to change it here. Stop. Stop recording. I need to change the, I need to change where it's reading from. Let's see, audio setup. I want a recording device. I want, this loop back, and I'll be quiet. All right, so that's one cylinder right there. So you guys can see the wave pattern on one cylinder. All right, I need to zoom in like a crazy person. All right, so we'll let that completely shut up. All right, that's quiet. And let's go, I need to bring Audacity back up. Let's record it. All right, so that is 2 cylinders. I can hear the difference, but I don't see it in the wave pattern, but I can hear it. Can you guys hear the difference? I think I can hear the difference. Let me try something. Let me do a quick sound test here to make sure this is recording correctly. Oh my god, if I click on the right thing, we'll be in real good shape here. So I'm going to jump a couple times. Oh my god, I can't keep it up and then tab. I can't tab to the correct tab. Put that up. Doesn't like being on the same screen. Let me see if I can do it with it. Okay, it's recorded. It recorded me jumping, so that's fine. So that is, what's that? 4 cylinders? Yeah, I can definitely hear a difference, I think. And then let's grab Audacity again. See if I can record it. I definitely think I hear a difference, but, you know, I'd have to zoom way in on the wave function to see if it's the wave, to see if it actually is changing. It appears to be louder because, like, I think there's like a max volume thing on Audacity and you can see it. Let's like look. There we go. Let's check these waves out. I'll shut them up while I'm doing it. So let's take a look at this and see what we see. So here is the, get this as big as I can get it. So here's the wave on 1. They definitely, I think they look different, man. So the big ones to try, like, let's look at 1. So this is a single cylinder here. Can I cut this whole section? Yeah. Okay, let's cut this section here. Or copy this section. Copy this section here. And we'll stick it at the end. Alright, so this is the 6 right here. This is the 6 cylinder. And this is the, so here's the 6, and here's the 1 cylinder. I can't tell, man. Can you guys tell? Like right here, if you look at here, right here, there's this one here, there's a double wave right here. There's double wave pattern right there. I see no double waves in here at all. Interesting. You know, and this was a pretty perfect test because it doesn't matter, like the ECU is not causing it to stutter or anything. It's a perfect electrical linear motor, which is linear. It's constantly spinning at 19 RPS. You know, they're all at 19 RPS, so the RPS should be the same. But it definitely sounds to me like they're different. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, like definitely some of mine sound a lot different. You know, I think a lot of my engines sound different, so it wouldn't surprise me if they're different, which would make sense. You know, of course, it's not as complicated as IRL. You know, IRL, say for example, you have a, you know, one of the reasons why a 4-cylinder motorcycle is called a screamer is because each cylinder is on its different, it's on its different parts. So you have your intake, your compression, your power, and your exhaust. And so on a 4-cylinder motorcycle engine, they're called screamers because no matter what, one of the cylinders on its power strokes, you always get the power noise. Single-cylinder motorcycles are called thumpers because they go thump, and it goes thump is your power stroke, right? And it goes thump, exhaust, compression, power, thump. So it's thump, 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 because it's going through the different strokes until it hits thump. And then you have your twins, and they go da 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 because it's alternating, you know. And then you have your 4s, which is everyone has a power stroke, you know. So it's power, 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 and that's, you think of like a screamer motorcycle, power, 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 you know, because they're always on a power stroke. Where like a Harley goes potato, goes potato, 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 and the reason why a Harley does that is the crank. It's not an even crank. One of the cylinders hits at a different time than the other, so it's off, and that's reason 9 million why not to get a Harley. But it goes potato, 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 potato. You know, and then you have like my motorcycle's a 6-cylinder flat, you know, and it just sounds beautiful. Let me read some chat here. We're gonna go back to the mini truck. We'll do a little bit of. I need to get on my walk soon, but let's try to build a quick module for that. Let's do that before I fart around too much. I need to get my walk before the daylight. But this was a cool test. This is the type of stuff that I enjoy. I understand a lot of people don't enjoy this. You know, you'll get some players and they'll be in there like, oh, it sucks the devs didn't put out all this information. Yeah, would it be nice if the devs, like, literally, this is what I want them to do with the physics center, sir, is, like, I am so thrilled. This was a big thing that they should have done. Of course, they should have done this from the beginning, but if every time the devs do anything you slap them, why do they want to keep trying to make us happy? It's like, dude, give them a break. When they do something good, give them a pat on the back. When they do something bad, yeah, they're going to get their slap no matter what. But it's like, before this didn't have numbers, that's great. What I'd like to see them do is on their announcement page on their Discord to have a chart. And maybe I'll make the chart, and it will have these outputs and in a easier to read function, so you can bring up the chart, look at it. Maybe that's what I'll do. I'll do that for you guys. I'll do that at some point. I am gonna battle tonight. It'll probably be later tonight. I played with my brother last night. That was fun. I need to cut that video up. There were some cool moments. I'll show you guys a moment from that. But Physics Sensor was an awesome update, man. This saves so much space. This is really cool. Let's go ahead and build a module. But I like doing this type of testing. I really enjoy that. It's one of my favorite things when new parts come out. All right, so let's do this. Let's grab, we're going to make a template. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to make my template. All right, pinky template. I'm going to grab this to there, to the pinkies. Only to the pinkies. There we go. We're going to cut this. Cut. I'm going to start a new vehicle. Enter. All right, that is not where it needs to be, but that is the size it needs to be. Okay, good. Paste. I will move it later. All right. Merge and then delete. All right, so here is my template. So we know what needs to go in the middle here. And we'll build black block there. All right, so this is my template for the my parts that are going to go on the back there. And let's go like this. Symmetry, a demon, get on you. Okay, there we go. All right, let's go ahead and I will do a color swap out. Black that out like so. We'll go. Let's cut out interior blocks like so. So here's my template for anything I want to build in there. So let's save this as, let's actually not. All right, so let's save this as mini truck module template. And I won't work too long on this. I need to go for that. Is it rain? If it's gonna rain, I'm not gonna go. But, all right, so there's the template. And then let's do this. So let's go ahead and we'll load the mini truck up. I showed this yesterday as a good way to do it. So you come in here, selection grid, load content, template. All right, perfect. It launches right where it needs to go. Okay, so see how it launches where it needs to go? So now we're all set. So I can build in the template and it's always going to be in the right position. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll load up the template. And we're going to save it as, this is going to be GPU. So mini truck GPU module. GPU module. All right. So that's my GPU module saved. It is thunderstorming, so I'll stay with you guys. It's already cracking thunderstorms. I'm not going out there and getting electrocuted. Let's go ahead. We'll go by Pat Yellow for my brand, Performance Advanced Technologies. And I want to make this not enormous. So one of the reasons I want this is I love having, like, I love towing my planes out before I use them. I love having these little vehicles. I think it brings a lot more life. It's like on Cap Air, if I can show some vehicles, it's kind of cool. All right, so there is my GPU module. All right, and so it's one block above it is where the sides are on that truck. So we need to think this. I don't want to put anything under here, or else it's not going to work. So we'll put a control panel on the driver's side where we drive on the right side here. So let's go ahead and symmetry off. And let's actually do this. Let's keep that there, and then let's build on top of it. So we'll do panel. And this will be our panel. So we want to do, so this is going to automatically start it and stop it. So this will be an auto generator. So this will allow me to turn it on and leave it forever and not have to play with it. It will automatically start and stop itself. So when the battery gets, say, below 90%, it will turn on. And then when the battery gets to a certain amount, it will shut back off. So let's see. Start/stop. Be a flip switch. 1. Okay. I'm trying to keep this pretty reasonably simple here. So this will be RPM. Dial 0 to, let's say, if we run this up to 20, that's going to be 1800 RPM. 2. This is going to be S watts. Dial, I don't know what units this is going to be. Let's go to 100, probably be less than 100. And then this one is going to be volts. And so I use the delta. I use my volts. Yeah, it's thunderstorming. I'm not gonna go for my walk. So, all right, let's kill this. So that's all we need in this. I want to keep this as automated as possible. Okay, I saw your issues with your boat. I'll check it out later, and maybe I'll try to fix it on stream. All right, so let's go ahead, and we need to build the motor in here. So let's go modular engine, because that is what is good. Do a belt drive. We'll do crank. Let's see. I want to check the size of generators. Medium generators are some of the most efficient space-wise, but the likelihood is I'm going to have to down gear this sucker. So I'm going to run small gens off this. Okay, let's go modular. Should have a reasonable amount of power out of this little guy. You don't need much. You know, I think a lot of people overestimate how much you're going to need. Let's do a 4-cylinder. Oh, come on, get out of there. So, something like this. We'll do a flywheel. And then we'll do a clutch. Okay. I think best way to do this here. I'm going to try with one gearbox to start with. That's going to go towards the engine. And then I'll do a gen. Do a small gen. Not the most efficient, the small gen, but it should work for us. Especially, this is a small package. Alright, so let's do cylinders. Modular engine cylinders. Symmetry's back on. We'll do a 4-cylinder radial. Okay. Alright, so I'm just kind of conceptualizing where things need to go. Fuel tank. Yeah, fuel tank. Fuel tank's going to go up here. So let's do tank. So 3 little tanks there. And then we'll route it through the wall. Okay. I didn't want to do that. Let's do this. Let's do that, actually. So let's go symmetry off. Let's do a hose anchor on... let's put it on the driver's side. I don't want everything on the driver's side, so... I can't put it on the driver's side. It has to be on the side, so that's fine. Hose anchor on that side. This will go like so. Okay, to here probably, so it doesn't need to go that far. So right there. And this will be like so. And then we need modular fuel. So this would be cool for airplanes and stuff. I can just hook this up and I'll have ground power. Alright, so that's there. And then, let's see, we want... where are we at here? Let's see. I'm not going... Do I bother? I think I do. Do I supercharge this sucker or not, is the question. Try to decide. I'm not going to bother supercharging this. I'm not going to bother supercharging, I don't think. Let's do a fluid port on there. Sorry, I'm out chat a little bit. Let me check some chat. Yeah, I will be battling tonight. We'll wait till later, probably. Triton has an enormous amount of weight and a active weight system that will move counter to the crane, so that helps. Water ballast is not going to be fast enough. You're never going to get the speeds up, even if you open doors. Weight is the best way to do it, to counterweight it. It's just much faster. Yeah, we'll put manifolds on. They're all going to go on this right side. So these 3 spaces here, 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 and here are going to be for manifolds. Let's see. The whole bottom's going to be manifolds. Just trying to get exhaust on this side. Okay, let's see. I'll throw those manifolds in now. One minute. So bank, that bank, this bank, and then that's the bottom 3 banks. That's this bank here. Okay. So that is that. So we have air, fuel. I need exhaust now, and then I'm going to do... So this doesn't need an alternator because it is an alternator, essentially. And then I'll cool probably... cooling's going to be interesting on this. Let's see. Exhaust. Where can I exhaust this sucker? The flywheel is really adds a pain to this. So this right here will be exhaust. I actually kind of want the exhaust on the top, though. That's the problem. Let's try right here. Let's go to a T piece there. Yeah, this is just for looks. Alright, there's the exhaust, there's the air inlet there. Since I'm going up one anyway, I wanted to put this in, but I was like, I don't want it sticking out the top if I'm not sticking anything else out the top now that I am. I want the air filter on top like so. Looks cool. Alright, that's good, and then... Let's see. Alright, so we need a starter, and it needs to be... Do radiator. I would like to run this one because you can see inside, and I think that's kind of cool. Right there, so let's go... Not good, and then this here is gonna get symmetry's off, right? Cut, and then we'll do manifold piece here. So I love these little builds just because like you really have to be space conscious, and as you get better and better making really compact stuff, it helps you making your bigger stuff because you're like, oh, I've got a tight space. Oh, I'm already an expert at, you know, working around those tight spaces and getting them to work for me. You know, so that's something that I find to be cool. It's kind of a cool little way to get good at that stuff is just working on them like that. Okay. Yeah, it's just these little things. Like, I like that mini truck. It just, like, that had a lot of consideration. I've gotten so much better at making small stuff. And it just takes so much practice to get good at that stuff because it's like small stuff is really the tough stuff to work on because it's you just like need to make your microcontrollers more compact. And one thing I wish the devs would do is really focus on kind of a miniaturization pass where if they would do things like go back and make composite nodes instead of, you know, having all independent nodes, that would really help to do that. And make it so that we can make things compact. And like, for example, I really wish they would do even smaller propellers so we could do some tiny little drones and stuff like that. I think that SPC was asking about cooling. I had yet to get the cooling, but we're here now, so this is what we're cooling. Putting a radiator on the side. That's why I was taking time with the manifolds. I left all this space on this face so that we could do that. Starter goes here. So we don't need an alternator. We could put an alternator on there, which adds to the, I think we will. We'll put 2 alternators on here. This is a generator anyway, so if we have excess engine power, which likely we will, we can use it to turn extra alternators, and all of our alternators will, so the clutch in the back will run all the clutches. So that's like that. And then just for the looky-loo of it here, we'll do another rad here. It's not going to It's not going to actually be plumbed, I don't think. You know what? I wonder if I don't think I have space. Not with the gen there. I could plumb this one in. No, I can't. Okay. I don't need to plumb it in anyway. So that gives it a little bit of a look there, and we can see inside, see the engine. So that's kind of cool. Discord. Creation showcase. Let's see. Oh, it's the mini. Take of the mini truck. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, those windows came out good. I like those windows. They're good. Yep, that looks good. Let me see. Yeah, that looks good. I like that mini truck. Yep, so there we go. We have, this should be everything, right? Fuel, air, exhaust, coolant. That's hooked up. Okay, so now we have a big face here for micro. We have a big face here for micro. So this is our micro face right here. So let's go. All right, and let's start working on this. So. All right, what we're going to do is, so we want panel in, composite input panel. Right. We want composite input engine. All right. We want starter. We want air. Fuel. You know, again, this is the reason why I start over a new panel. Why didn't I just go grab another panel from something else? The reason is, again, this way you understand why, parts work. Like you saw when I went to the bearing panel, I used to know what all that stuff did, and I forgot because I always copy it every time, and so that's why it's kind of nice every once in a while to just go back in and do it manually sometimes. This is going to be number output, cooling clutch. This is going to be number output coolant. This is going to be number output clutches. And then I need to read in S-watts. And I think I have space. Let's see. Let's check how much space I have on this panel here. I can go one to the right here, I believe. Yeah. Okay, so we can go one more to the right. And then I want to read in electrical. So that hard point counts as a battery. So hard point. And so what that's going to do is it's going to turn this on and off depending. I don't need a small battery because the hard point counts as a battery. So let's see. S-watts, clutches, coolant, fuel, air, starter, engine, panel. Right. So we're gonna make it a little bit on the basic side. I'm not gonna it's not supercharged, so I don't even need to do stoic. But I will. Let's see. So we're doing read on off 1. 1 is our starter. Okay. So let's do if it's let's see, battery. I'm trying to decide if I want this sucker to auto shut off. I think I'm going to do a no auto shut off on this one. I think this one's just going to be I turn it on and it runs. And I shut it off, it stops running. I think I'll do that. Okay, so and then our property number, let's see. RPS start. Let's do 2.1. I didn't do RPS, did I? I missed RPS. So I'm not going to bother with... I can put it in nav space. I could get rid of engine, but I'll keep it for now, in case I want to do stoichiometry. RPS there. X and Y. X and Y and Z and W. Okay. Yep, they're all ORs. Let's see. X and... what is that? X, I don't know why I did a lot of crap. X and... Z. Z. X and Z is going to be starter. X and Z is starter. And then we need PID. Let's see, engine, P value. All right, that's good. And then what I want is, so the engine is going to auto rev based on the hardpoint's battery. So the hardpoint battery is there. And do a battery cut in, or battery desired level. Likely we're going to keep this at 1 the whole time, but I just use all property numbers now so I can configure them. All right, so the hard point is going to read out electrical on us. So when the hard point connects to the truck, it's also going to read the truck's electricity. It averages it. When this system plugs into something else via cable anchor, that's going to automatically read it as well. So as an airplane's battery depletes, it's going to be adding the hard point, the other hard point, all the stuff together, and that will read it through. So, you know what? I actually might disconnect the hard point altogether. Let's not do that because I don't want to drain the battery of the truck. I don't think it's going to be a problem. But let's do, instead of hard point, let's call that... we're going to need the... oh. I just want to charge what we're going out to, so we'll do cable anchor. Yeah, we'll just do a cable anchor. So whatever we plug into with the cable anchor, that's what it's going to be reading the battery. So it's not going to try to charge extraneous nonsense, just that. Does that work? All right, and then we want air and fuel. Air and fuel there. I'm going to do stoic, so update this. I'll save this. Mini truck GPU module, yep. And then I want to load in the, where's the mini truck? Just going to grab all the stoic info here. Like, even this stuff, like, I don't go through this almost ever. So, like, this stuff, I would have to go through block by block to try to figure out what the formulas do again. So it's like that sort of stuff. I don't bother rebuilding it. I just copy it. So that's why it's like sometimes I have to go back through there and I'm like, why is this doing this? And I'm like, oh yeah. So engine's gonna go here, so that's gonna be air, fuel, and temperature. And then what are you? Air and fuel are coming up here. All right, that goes there, and then this goes to the X component there. These will go there. This will all come up here. All right, so that's all running the engine. Coolant, clutches, and coolant. So clutches are pretty simple. So what this is going to do is this is automatically going to, let's see. Yeah, this is going to automatically move the throttle to, I'm trying to see if what I want to do here. I could okay, so this, I'm trying to see. I could double PID this. I often double PID this. Yes, the hard point comes with electricity. Yep. Hard points are electrical. That way you don't need to have a battery on your missiles. Let me see. I've done this before where I've made it RPM based. this will be throttle based. The problem is I don't want it to over rev, so I need to put in rev control. So what this is going to do is it's going to change. So I need to come into a function here. Clamp. We'll double pid this. Okay, so this will be double pitted. So it's going to go to clamp here. And this is going to be my minimum value RPS. So my minimum value RPS, so it's going to be X. Minimum value, I will set it here. Let's go big function. So I'll double pid this. So we'll do function, do a 3 by here. And we'll do clamp. And we'll do X, comma, Y, comma, Z. All right. Is that right? X, comma, Y, comma, Z. X, yeah, and Y, Z. Okay, that should be fine. So X is going to be here. This is then going to go out to another PID. So we need this PID to move over here. Okay. And so what this is going to do is this is going to control up. So what this is going to do is as it needs more battery, it's going to go up to a maximum value of, in our case, I'll set them here now. We'll do property, so 2 property numbers. So the bottom is going to be the idle. And that's going to be, I'll say, 3 RPS. Because this one might idle a lot. And then this is going to be the max RPS, and this is going to be, say, 20. And so what this will do is this will set the clamp. Bottom will be our idle of 3, max will be 20. And then what we'll do is we'll feed into another PID. And this one will now plug into here. And this one will be limited to, essentially turn into a throttle. So this will prevent us from over-revving because this one will decrease. So. And then what this will do is this will be the desired RPS. And then this one here, the process variable, this one will be RPS there. So that will double pit it. And then I don't know what this, so this will be the engine RPS p-value. And this will be engine throttle. So essentially what it's doing is converting RPS into throttle. So this will make sure that it doesn't go up anymore once it hits 20 RPS. And then this will read whatever throttle that requires to maintain 20 RPS. That goes there. That looks good. All right, so that'll work better. All right, and then the clutch is just going to be a simple auto clutch. Once it reaches, so if idle's 3, let's say 5. So we'll go. So if RPS is, where is RPS? Right here. If RPS is greater than 5, we'll just start increasing the clutch value. So let's see. Clutch cut in. That's 5. So if it's greater than 5 RPS, we're going to start adding clutch. So we'll go an up-down counter, 0.001. We'll have it going slow. It doesn't need to be super fast because this is a generator again. So it's not like we're actually trying to match it to move a vehicle. We're just making a generator here, so it doesn't matter if it takes a little while to get generating. And then if it's not greater than 5, we will go ahead and go down. And then we'll grab a Boolean here. And we'll figure out all the 0 conditions. So X. So if we're starting, if the starter goes, I want to 0 the clutch so that the clutch is not engaged when the starter is kicking on. That's one condition. The other one is when we get down to a certain value. So if the RPS is less than, so for example, my starter will kick on at 2.1. I don't want to cat knocking shit down again. Go away, bud. If the RPS is less than, let's say 3, let's say 2.75, it will then 0 the clutch out so that we don't stall it. All that, it's going to auto restart anyways. So, or Y. Y. Okay. What did he just disconnect? Cat just disconnected something. I think he disconnected my keyboard. I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Alright, yeah, cat disconnected the keyboard, so. Alright, X or Y, that will zero out the clutch. What else? If we're off, that's fine. And then we can do, so that's that. Yeah, that's good. Okay. That should be all I need for now, at least. And then that's going to do the clutch because we have alternators too. That's there. And then we're going to read down channel 3, which is the temperature. So I'll just grab a function block here. So just reading X, so it just reads out the value there. And then if this is... I'm just going to make this... What is this coolant here? What is this? Why did I put... Cool. Oh, at first I thought I was going to do a pump, I think. So I don't need that anymore. So where is it? Coolant. I don't need that anymore. Okay. I just need this because they're pumps now. I thought I was going to do a different system. So if X is greater than 100 degrees, so let's see, coolant cut in. So if X is greater than 100 degrees, we want to turn on our coolant pumps. All right, so that is that. All right, so that will do our coolant system, and then I can shrink this microcontroller. No, I can't. Okay. Nope, can't shrink it. Okay, that's fine. But let's see, starter there, coolant. Okay, we're good. So let's start hooking this up. See if I can't get it running. Panel, engine. Let's see, fuel. Clutch pressure. Where is it? Fuel. I can't tell where I put anything here. Got to be plugged to the end of these fuels, huh? Where you at? Where the hell is it? Oh, it's up here. Okay. Fuel. Fuel. This is air. This is clutches. So clutch, alternator, alternator. That is RPS. That is cable anchor. We need to plug that in. Starter. It's going to go to starter. SWATs will go to the gen right there. And then I need to go out to the panel anyway. So coolant is going to be these two pumps. All right, that's good. And then I need to cut in a cable. So let's go ahead. Where do I want this? I don't think it matters really. Let's put it on the driver's side. Let's put it right here. And so it's going to read whatever the cable anchor is on. And so if the cable anchor is connected to the plane and the plane has 90% battery, it's going to meter itself to reach that. So this will plug into... I want to do this. I need enough to start it, so we'll do hard point. It will read the hard point. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Gear's not getting shifted. We'll start at 3. 3 might be too much. I'm going to put a dial on here just to read the SWATs until I read it out on my gauge here, because I'm not going to bother with the gauge until I get this tuned in. And then I want to go... We'll just make everything hooked to the hard point. Alright, so that's good. And then I want to read SWATs off to here. Alright, so let's give this a crank, see what it does. We should be able to put this right on the ground and just test it. So let's go input electricity off. let's check the hard point. As you can see, hard point will have, why is that showing no electricity? Maybe it's the other hard point connection that does it. So it's going to be hooked to the car anyways, so let's see. Cat's yelling. Alright, so that is now hooked. That's what's in the bed of the truck. That should have electricity. Why is it not? That has to have electricity. Why is it not running electricity right now? That has electricity. Why is it not pumping electricity? That's weird, man. That has electricity. Hardpoints have electricity. Why the hell is it not reading out electricity? That is strange. Let's see if it's spawning without electricity, and then it will get... Try something. So it's not going through. I don't know. Okay, let's unplug it now. That's interesting. But anyway, this is going to plug into the truck, which will give it electricity. So let's plug it in like it's plugged into the truck. Okay, let's see. Check all the components here, see what is broken now. Let's make sure I connected all the nodes. I probably screwed them up moving them, but let's check them. That's fuel, air, RPS, clutches, SWATs, pumps, cable anchor. Cable anchor is reading hard point. Okay, try that. So I should just, of course. Let me plug it in the truck. That's going to be a better test than screwing around with trying to fake it. Cat will not stop screaming. Stop screaming for a bit, bud. Let's save this. Let's bring in the mini truck. Alright, this should go in on top of the mini truck. And then let's make sure the mini truck, I hooked up this to electricity. So this here is plugged into everything. So this is plugged into everything. Okay, good. So let's see it. Spawn that in. Alright, so that is in there. Alright, so let's see if this is getting electricity. Plugging the cable anchor would help, huh? So see, we have electricity now. Missing something it needs. I'm trying to read. So I'm going to take this radiator off. I'm going to take a couple parts off so I can read the engine. Just want to be able to read cylinders and whatnots. Check chat in a second. They used to just run right as batteries. I wonder if they changed something. Alright, let's see. That flywheel is 0. Clutch is 0. I haven't started yet, that would be why. So what's the clutch doing? Clutch should be 0, yeah. Flywheel. Okay, 2.1's not high enough. Let's try 2.5. So where is it? 2.1 right here. RPS start. Let's go to 2.5. check all those things. I'm probably not getting enough air for or air or fuel or something. Let's see. Make sure all the cylinders are connected. So we have top banks connected to the port bank, is connected to the bottom bank, is connected to the starboard bank. All 4 banks are connected with manifold pieces. We have exhaust, goes manifold up there into an exhaust system. Let me triple check this. Air out, that's correct. Okay, that's air in, definitely. That's always air in. That is set up. Fuel, let's see. Fuel is, that's correct. That goes elbow piece to straight to elbow into tank to tank to tank to hose. That should be fine. We should have fuel. It's diesel fuel. We haven't put any clutch on yet, so it shouldn't matter what gear ratio it is. Let's check the PIDs. The PIDs could be misbehaving because I dual pitted it. I might have to set it up. So let's see. 0.18. Desired battery level right here. 1. Cable anchor. I hooked up the hard point. Okay. That's going to control this, so it should be reading out a minimum. Okay, so let's go an idle of 5. Let's try that. Because it's a reasonably small motor. Okay, it's reading really small numbers here, so it's only reading 0.044 fuel or air. So that should be reading up higher. So it could be a p-value issue. Let's check that. Let's do number input, p-value, okay. Likely it's probably this one. This one should be fine running RPS on this side with a 0.18. That one I think should be fine. 520, X goes through there. This one here is the one that I think is probably way too low. So let's do that, put a p-value in there, and then we want a keypad. And I want to tune this in. Alright, let's try this now. This way I should be able to tune the p-value. Let's go a 1. There it goes. It's increasing now. Let's see what it's doing. Get up top to read cylinder head. So fuel is at what? Fuel is at 3. That's screwed up. The AFR is screwed up. Make sure I hook the AFR up right. Way off. Alright, so X is the throttle value off this going to the X component. That's fine. Air should be top. That should be bottom. We should have a minimum of 0.1, a maximum of 1. What is it screwing up? Engine? Right here. That's not connected. Yep, it was an air problem right there. Okay. That was it. Let's try... I'll try the keypad again. We'll try a 0.18 on the side value, see if this works. So stock value was 0.18, so it was just that. There we go. Up and running. So we'll see if this goes so low it restarts. It probably needs a higher p-value. So, okay, it's working fine. So let's go turn our lights on. So if this truck burns down a ton of electricity, it's also gonna, you'll see this start to throttle up. So see it throttling up, the RPS, that's to counteract the lights on. Alright, so it's working. Yep, so that's working. All right, let's go ahead and we'll do another test with it here. And what I'll do is I will grab do this. Grab these batteries, cut them. Go like this. Paste the batteries. Grab a cable anchor. You're gonna be a pain, aren't you? Actually, I'll just do this. Alright, so those are connected now, and then we'll drag these to zeros. So there's 3 big batteries that have no electricity in them, and the cable should read and drag down the battery value. So it's coming up. We'll see if it, it seems like it's coming up pretty slow for that many batteries reading nothing. Because if we read the entire battery, you see it's down to 9.6. So let's increase this value here. Let's just do a big number here. Let's do 100. There we go. So now it's kicking up. So it's gonna, because it's double pitted, it's gonna try to go up around 20 now. That's reading. I don't know why it's not reading out to the batteries. Oh, did I not plug the batteries in? I may not have plugged the batteries in. Yeah, so there it goes. So it needs a bigger number. So that will be 100, and then the other side. So all that's doing is essentially saying, okay, do you want 5 or do you want 20 RPS? So 0.18 was way too small of a number. So that's running at 17 RPS now. Now let's check this. So this test works well. Let's go ahead and, I don't think I hooked the electricity up. I didn't. So see, these aren't hooked. So that is now hooked up, and then we can tune in that P value now. So the other one's fine. The other value just, it does the RPS, so that's fine where it is. So let's go 100 on this one. So why is this not going? That might be too high now. Let's try 1. That's correct. What's it doing? No clutch. What the hell's it doing now? That shouldn't matter what I just did. Why is it misbehaving now? That's weird. Okay, what are you doing now, guy? Oh, it's trying to steal from battery here. Let's disconnect this cable and I'll manually connect it. That's probably what it's doing, stealing on my battery. Let's try it like this. There we go. Alright, now let's plug the cable in. So that's a little bit slow for me. So let's go up. Let's go 50. And you can see it's filling the batteries up now. Yeah, it's fine. These batteries instantly were trying to steal this electricity. So that was the problem. What I can do is put a switch on this. You notice now it's up there. We're producing 16 S-watts. So if you notice, we have pretty good RPS on this, so I could theoretically put more gearing on there to get more charge, so I might do that. So right now we're making 16 S-Watts. We already have charged these 3 batteries up to 1/3 of their battery, of how much battery they need in this short period of time. You notice, what's our temp? We're not pumping much water, but it's not the end of the world either. We don't really need to. Because likely, you know, at this speed, this thing's going to charge the batteries up before it ever gets close to 100 degrees anyway. But let's check the temperature on this. There's the cylinder head right there. So we're only up to 36 degrees, and these batteries are 50% charged already. So how much will the fuel last? 60 liters left, and these batteries are almost fully charged. So this should last a while. I'm going to see if I can get more efficiency out of this gen. I might see if I can get a medium generator in here. I don't know if I'm doing that. I don't know where I'd put fuel. That's the problem. But I don't really need it. So we're at 16, let's see, we're at 16 S-Watts. Alright, so that's working really well. So we have more than enough power out of this engine. Let's try increasing how much we make. So I want to make more power out of this and get the RPS down. Like you saw, we almost charged those 3 batteries up and had huge amounts of fuel left, so that's not really an issue. We want to go like that. Let's try a 9-to-1. This is probably going to be way too much, but I'd rather start high and then knock it down. All right, so there is increased gearing on there. And what did I do last? Let's try 25 on this, see how that works for me. Alright, so we're already making more power at a lot less RPS. Oh, I might be overstressing it. I am overstressing it. That's too much. Okay. So let's go down 1 ratio at a time. So that was overloading it. It couldn't maintain. That's up and stabilized. So we want 100% clutch. I want to decrease the gear ratios until we're at 100% clutch. So it should be going to 100% clutch. If it has to go less, that means it's overloaded. All right, so there's 100% clutch. We're at 6 RPS, which should last for 1,000,000 years. As you can see, we only burned like maybe, what, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at most liters last time to almost charge those batteries up. And we're making 13 S-Watts, so we're still overloaded. So let's go down. So let's go here. So that's 3 times 3 is 9 divided by 2. That's a 4.5 to 1 ratio. So that's 4.5 to 1 gear ratio. Let me read some chat here. I'm just kind of in this a little bit. Yeah, he keeps knocking down my portable hard drive, which is annoying, and then for some reason the computer didn't like that, so it disconnected my keyboard, so I had to replug it. He's being a ding-dong. Yeah, it was essentially, so immediately it was trying to pass all the battery from the truck and from the hard point on this into these batteries, and it was eating the battery up so much that it wasn't able to start the engine. So that's why I have to do the cable separate. Okay, so that's plugged. We're at 1 clutch pressure. We have 27 outputs. So you see how dumping those gear ratios down really gave me a big boost in that. So we have 100% clutch. So what that means, if we're at 100% clutch, it means we should be able to increase the gear ratios more. We're now at 27 S-Watts. And you can see we're quickly charging those batteries up. Fuel is going really slow. We'll have a lot of fuel. And most of the time, I'm going to hook this up to like an airplane. I'm going to hook it up to, you know, something that doesn't need a ton. Like, to put it in perspective, most of my airplanes have 2 small batteries. You know, my Triton has 6 medium batteries. So Triton has double the amount of batteries that are currently sitting next to this truck. That's it. And so something like this could power Triton, no problem, for a while at least. Yeah, I start putting a lot of systems on. It's not going to be able to keep up. But all right, so there's 27 S-watts. I like the number 25. That's working pretty well. So this p-value here is now 25. And this should make sense why this one is high. This one here, it needs to work between a low number of 5 and a high number of 20 for RPS. This one here so all that's doing is feeding either between 5 and 20 to this PID. This PID is then saying, okay, he wants 25 RPS. I'm going X number of RPS. And this one's much more precise, this side. And then, so this is like a regular engine. It's comparing the RPS you want to the RPS you currently have. This one is saying, hey, I want a full battery. I don't have a full battery. And it says, okay, I'm going to convert it into RPS. So it's converting it into RPS. That's all that's doing. Oh my God, my brain. What was I doing? Okay, so that, so 25 went in there. Gear ratio. So I want to up the gear ratio. So this one, it got all the way to 1 clutch. So essentially what I want to do is increase the gear ratio until it essentially can't maintain full clutch. And it's producing, we're at 27 S-watts. So currently that's a 4.5 to 1. If we go to that, that's 3 times 9 is 27 divided by 5. What the hell ever that number is. 27 divided by 5 equals, that's a 5.4 to 1. So that's a 5.4 to 1. Let's try this one. I don't need to enter in the number anymore. That's static. So let's see, we want to make sure this clutch goes to 1. And we want to have in excess of 27 S-watts. So it's building up. This should build up slow. We'll see if it goes above it. But this is also running a lot lower RPS. I think we were around 17 last time. So this is burning considerably less fuel and making a lot less heat, and it's producing pretty close. We're only 4 S-watts off, but we've reduced quite a bit of RPS. So I think this is probably our gear ratio. It's a 5.4. So let's do this. So we're getting close to the gear ratio we want. So if we did, let's see, if we go a 5.2 and step this up, let's see, that's a 10/2. That's a 5 to 1 gear ratio. So that's lower. So let's try that. So we went from a 4.5 to a 5.4. Now we're at a 5. Let's try a 5 and see what that does for us. This should give us more RPS, more fuel burn, but we should be able to make more S-watts. So we're trading, you know, everything's a compromise. We're trading some fuel efficiency for more power, essentially. All right, let's plug it in. So you hear the engine even sped up when I plug the cable in, because now it knows, hey, the batteries are even less on average than they were before. So we're around 11 RPS before, we're now up to 12. And so we're making more S-watts. So what were we around, like 23. The other one was at 27, so the 4.5 to 1 was at 27. The 5.4 was at 23. And this one could pass 27. This one could be more efficient in both regards. It could burn less fuel, and it could also make more energy potentially than the other one. So this could be this is our Goldilocks gear ratio right here. So this is working well right here. So that's perfect. So that's right about 26 RPS, and it's 26 S-watts, and it's at just under 13 RPS. And you see we're already, batteries are already charging up pretty quickly, so. Yes, they were at 0.05. I just noticed that. Yes, you're right on that one. I just noticed it when I saw it. So that's charged up. That's a lot of battery. Like I was saying, that is 50% of the battery that's in Triton right there. You know, so we're going to be likely charging up to two small batteries. Is mostly what most of my stuff has. That this will be charging up. You know, and this isn't bad. That's a 4-cylinder diesel. It's pretty fuel efficient, as you can see. It's really not burning an insane amount of fuel. So these start, I think, at like 26 liters. So what are we down? 12, 14 liters, something like that. We still have quite a bit. So pretty good. That should be working pretty well. So let's work on this. So what I want to do is I want to do this. I want to cut you. I want to put in an exhaust. And I want to put an exhaust here, and oh, that's not going to do what I want to do. Let's do this. Where are we at here? Forgot to put a cat in there. I don't want a lot of smoke, so stick a cat on there. All right, so that is catted now. We can put all these blocks back that I was using just to be able to see stuff. All right, that's good. Keypad can go. Keypad and dial are goners. This is going right here. All right, we need to make dials for this. I think this has an on-off switch, doesn't it? Right here. See this cable input? That's just to turn things on and off. We could put a relay on there, but I'll just won't plug into things. Then I need, what do we have? RPM, SWATs, and volts. RPM, SWATs, and volts. Okay, right numbers. So be start channel will be 2, and it'll be 3. Function x times 60, RPM. Where are we at here? RPM. Okay. SWATs. Did I bring that in somewhere? SWATs right there. Okay. I don't know where I put it. Where did I put it? Where the hell is it? Here's the coolant cut in. I didn't plug that in. So that won't turn the coolant pumps on until we hit 100 degrees. So SWATs is going to be screwed up because the alternators are also making electricity, but it doesn't matter. It's a BS number anyways. That goes there. SWATs right there. We can still tell voltage pretty reasonably. So what we'll do is delta. And then I do times 3600. That just gives me a usable, I can actually see it on the gauge. And so all this is going to do is if we're discharging, it's going to show negative. If we're charging, it shows positive. So it's telling us we're charging or discharging. And then do I not have an output on there? I don't. Okay. Yeah, so it was at, yeah, like you said, it was at 0.05. I just didn't notice it at first. All right, so that's good. Let's do update that. Plug this into what it needs to go. P-value, I don't need anymore, but we'll leave it there. SWATs, did you get plugged in? You did. Okay, composite. Composite goes there. All right, and that's fine. We're not taking any info on that. And then this can go in the build. So let's go paint. I don't know why this is color black anyway, but it is. All right, so that's a cool little generator there. Let's do radiator. This is just a visual just for the looky-loos of it. All right, so there's our little portable generator we can take with us places. I think we're good. Anything else you guys see that I missed? Yeah, it's leaking to the pipes, so it appears like the outside tanks are leaking to the pipes more readily than the interiors. That's kind of my guess of it. And because I built this on top of the truck and did all the testing, I have to yank it off the truck, which isn't a huge deal. But this should fit in the other truck as well, so I can release it for that as well. But it's kind of nice having some modular stuff that I can put in. I'm going to lose my panel if I don't do this, so we'll just do that. All right, good. So we'll copy this. And we'll load up... let's make a new one here. All right, and that should be in its original position where it belongs. Right in the back of the truck. Just need to make sure it's one unit. All right, so that is now the unit. All right, let's save that. So mini truck, mobile GPU module backup. Save. Let's go play with it a little bit. So we'll grab the PACTY mini truck, and we'll load in the PACTY mini truck GPU, portable GPU. One thing I'm excited for is when the pressurization update comes out, I want to make a huffer cart for airplanes. And so likely we'll be able to read pressure. And so what will happen is I'll put a tank, a small tank in the airplane, and then I will make a compressor, and the compressor will push pressure into the tank in the airplane. And if the pressure is at a high enough level, you'll be able to start your engines. It's loaded. I'll put a what do you call it? A hook on the top anyway. We'll put a hook there. But generally I'm going to spawn it in on top of it like this. So let's go. Was it 5? Nope, 5 breaks. 4. Okay, there we go. 6. I love this little thing. Let's see, 5 for parking brakes. I keep wanting to jump out the other door, so let's go 3. All right. And so let's go ahead inside and... How wide is that? See, this is the problem, is like 7 should fit in the back of Night Owl, but it doesn't because it clips. I really need to make a 9 wide airplane so I can take stuff like this with me. See, this is the thing, is sometimes it's better to have stuff not work perfectly because guess what? It gives me a reason to build something else. So here is Night Owl. All right, Night Owl. Night Owl has a ground services panel. There's ground services panel right there. So where are we at here? Electricity. I don't think I show my electricity. So why? Okay, I just didn't hit it. All right. Why is that not working? So let's go ahead and let's burn a ton of electricity here. Alright, that sucker's burn electricity. So this is a real use case for it. This is what something like this is actually going to do, is it's going to go out and it's going to be able to plug into an airplane. Let's say we accidentally run one of our batteries dry. Technically we just take batteries with us, but this is more fun, I think, than that. I keep jumping in the wrong door because I'm used to the other side. I just shut the engine off too, I think. There we go, I did. 5. I like how it screams like a real mini truck would because it doesn't have that much. So I need to put I'll put a cable on there, a cable locker to hold the rope. But So that's been burning electricity while we've been sitting here. It's only burning on one side. Again, I did good practices. I made sure I only enabled one battery on this, and that's something you want to do with your systems. Is, for example, if you look, battery 1 is going down, battery 2 is at 100. So whenever you're sitting around, by having a segregated battery system, this is why I spend so much time on my battery systems, is that this battery's at 100. Every time I get out to do a rescue or something, if I leave my systems on, battery 1 or 2 will stay on, but the other one is always off, and that makes it so that we never have a problem. So what I do is go GPU, that's ground power unit. That's now going to allow the ground power unit to come through and actually power things. So sometimes you might not want the ground powering your craft. Let's say lightning hits the building, so like, god damn it, I left here. No clip. Ugh. I lost the cable for the electrical junction. I'll take this one because I don't. I'm not going to save this test world. It just I reload it, so everything goes back where I want it, so I can just abuse everything. All right, so we want to turn this on first. These need to be dialed in. Whatever SWATs is doing, I don't know, man. That's weird. RPM looks good. Volts, so the voltage on there, it shouldn't show until I plug it in, I don't think. So let's plug it in. So SWATs is going back to a reasonable number. Voltage doesn't appear to be working, I don't think. I don't have electricity under it. Nope. So this is, let's go in here and we'll see if this is, we didn't burn the battery down that much, but notice it's at 100% now. So I'm thinking one of the p-values might be too high because that still seems like it's running at a high RPS. See, it's at 25. That means the p-value is too high because what it should be doing is once it hits 100% battery, it should be throttling down, and it's not, so. Yeah, so see the electrical nodes reading 1, it should be throttling back, it's not, so that's an issue with that p-value that I kept moving up until it was up to 25. That's too high, so it, I don't like that light shining on my face, but it's a pic. Yeah, so something like this is cool. So we have that little fuel tank, that will go in this. This generator will go in this, so all these things are kind of a cool way to, you know, to kind of do some more stuff and ground interactions and do all these kind of things I think are a lot of fun. You know, being able to plug into your airplanes and stuff like that. I think it's a lot more fun doing this sort of stuff than, you know, it can get boring just like, oh yeah, a spawn vehicle has 100% electricity. You know, so this is kind of a cool way to do it off field. We can plug into stuff and do that. I really wish I could. Just really quick. See, this won't fit in, so I think at some point I'm going to have to build a plane that will fit something this wide. This is about as narrow as I can get it because it is a 3-seat with a 2 padded and then 2 walls. You know, so we're talking 7. This is right at 7. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but it will hang up on these corners. So let's see if we can get it in. I doubt it. It's probably too tall as well, but we'll try. I keep going in the wrong door. Let's go. It's going to be too tall for sure, but it will hit the walls. I won't be able to get it in. The walls are the problem here, so I really need to build a build. You need 9 to be able to get something like this in there. Friggin' door. What's that one? That was my door, so yeah. See how it's already hitting the top on the left side there. We might be close on this one. Let's see. I haven't hooked in the reverse light yet. Let's see if we can't get it in there. If we get it in there, I'm going to have a big shout of yay. But I really need it 9 wide to get it in there. So I really do need to build a 9 wide craft. It'll be fun. Oh, we got it. It's gonna fit. It's gonna fit. That air filter, it's too tall, but it's gonna fit. That's awesome. I'm excited. Come on. Power this sucker and they get in there, you devil. That's awesome, man. That is cool, man. That's gonna fit. See if you can't get this in the Seagull. It's acting though like first gear is not low enough, which is weird. It stalls out in first still. So I need to do a couple tweakings on this to get it to tweak. You hear how it's revving? What that's doing is, like, say we tried starting in too high of a gear. You can make a too high of a gear go, but you have to feather. You have to go in and out of the clutch and keep the torque up. And like as the torque stays high, give it a little, take it off. And so I see Mr. G talking that disgusting talk. Let's see. I'm really thrilled with this thing. This thing's fun. I wanted to get a proper mini truck. You know, the windows look great. You know, that was I really appreciate you guys looking up those numbers. It's not difficult, but it's tedious, and it's just like you know, I appreciate the help just looking up those numbers so I didn't have to. Let's load up the Seagull. Seagull, I think, also goes down to a 7-wide door, but I have a I might have a height problem with that too. So this is where Seagull falls down. Is the door is 7 right here, and it's this frame of the door. So let's see if we can get it in here. Alright, so let's let that ramp come down. Let's try to get in here. This has a little bit more of a steep to get in there. I'll have to check chat in a second. I'm behind a little on chat. Oh, come on. I want to see how Mr. G made the convertible. So I'm really itching. So I'm trying to make essentially panels that are pretty modular, that are standardized, so that, for example, like if I have a 2-engine reciprocating, I have a panel for it now with Seagull. If I have a 2-engine turboprop, the stall airplane has a lot of panels that I need. If I have a 2-engine VTOL, that's what Night Owl was all about. And then what I want to do is I'm missing a 4-engine, so I have a 4-engine jet VTOL. I'm working on the panels on that. And then what I want to make is a 4-engine reciprocating plane panel. So as far as new cargo planes that eventually I'd like to make is a 4-engine reciprocating and a 4-engine. Actually, Proteus has 4-engine reciprocating panel done for me. So that works, and then I need a 4-engine turboprop. So what was I doing? Oh, opening the watertight door. So watertight door needs to open. I keep getting in on the correct side, even though it's the wrong side. So this is, I think, even, yeah, this is not even as tall as the other ones, because this one needs to be watertight. So this one runs into problems with that. I know what this will fit in. This will fit in the 4-engine VTOL cargo plane for sure. But yeah, so it will be cool. I will make a plane that is purpose-built for fitting cars like this in, because the Insect was another car I built, is the same footprint. Yeah, the ramp's steep, so it raises the height of the roof. That needs that steep ramp because of the you know, the belly design. Let's see. Stall. Let's try the stall plane. I'd like to get the sucker in the air. That'd be fun. The donkey. This one has a pretty low approach angle, though. The problem here is it's as wide. This is 5 wide. This one's really narrow. Yeah, this is a 5 wide. This is even more narrow because I need the seating space, and then that's why these are in here, is just to tell you, nope, man, you're not supposed to be in there. Yeah, so this, it's not going to fit in there. Let's see, what else do I have? It will definitely fit in Proteus. Of course it'll fit in Proteus. I haven't flown Proteus in a while, but this will fit in Proteus for sure. I can't load Proteus in this base. It's too big. So this is the Guppy that I... Oh, it'll fit the Guppy in here. It'll fit in the Guppy. This thing looks ugly as sin. It'll fit in the Guppy. Guppy is, as you can see, not flying. Will Proteus spawn here? Proteus might spawn here. Yeah, Proteus fits in here. Just doesn't look like it will fit in there. There's Proteus. Forget how the hell to run Proteus. Yeah, Proteus will definitely fit in Proteus, but Proteus is Proteus fits everything. I don't have any rope anchors on there, and I don't have a ramp, so I have to rope it up here. I don't have a ramp in here, do I? No. Take a little flight in Proteus. I haven't flown in Proteus in a while. It'll be fun. But this will definitely fit in there. Proteus has lavatories and sleeping quarters and bars and everything else. Proteus is a big bird. Proteus has closets in the cockpit. Proteus is well appointed. Let's see. We're at here. Okay. I like the reshape, so Proteus doesn't have any sort of XML cheats on it as far as the buoyancy. That's why the hips are so big. But this was like some of those old flying boats had some pretty big hips on them anyway, and I don't think they look overly, like they could be smoothed a little bit, but they don't look overly clunky. And it also holds the big gear in there, so it kind of needs those big gear. Let's fold the tail. Go flaps, notch of flaps in there. So the nice thing with a 4-engine is we can go back on the engines to help turn us faster. Now we'll go on the brakes. So this was kind of like inspired by Short Sunderland. Nice to get Proteus back in. You know, when I start a new career build series, I don't want to use the same stuff I used the last one. It doesn't make any sense to even start new one if you do. But now that I'm kind of deep into that one, it'd be kind of fun to take some of these things back. Yeah, so it'd be nice to get Proteus back. And Proteus is a slick. I really love the nose of Proteus. Like that came out. It's kind of a good mix between modern and old. The engines are that right there is the APU. That's the APU. These are the engines there. As you can see, they're quite large. There, I need a retrim now that So this has, I think this has the fixed speed propeller, so I control my engine RPM with the propellers. I need to fix the way the pitch works and the drops on this. It's tied into the pitch of the airplane. Now I kind of changed the way I do it now. I set a pitch to overcome the center of thrust being above the center of lift of gravity, and then I just leave it at that number. I I think there's something like that. Yeah, they're pretty big engines. So I have a couple single engine planes. I just pulled an engine off Proteus and put in single engine planes. But this will haul 2 containers up to the Arctic, but I have to land at Tajan, and then I have to try to get it from Tajan to BVG, so it kind of... That's something I wish the devs would do differently, is put a container port at Tajan, so that it actually makes air travel worthwhile, so you can fly from FJ there. And it's fine, there's only one place to do it. You know, if you want to do containers, you have to go to FJ, and you have to go to Tajan to do airplane-based containers. That's fine. Give us one, you know. Is it? Okay, yeah. It's hard for me to tell where it is on there. So the way I recorded, I think I showed you. I don't know if I showed you guys. I showed you me. Oh, it was me making one of the release video yesterday. When I was making Cap Air, the way I was doing Cap Air was I was actually doing a live recording of the ATC and my voice. And what I think I'm going to do is for Cap Air and stuff like that, and even like Vice, I'm going to do a separate audio track. So I need to see if I can actually do a separate audio track on OBS. But what that allows me to do is I can boost my voice, or I can make it quieter, I can boost or make quieter the game volume. If I hard code them together, I can't. So, for example, in the last Cap Air, there were a couple ATCs that didn't sound right, and the engines were too loud. So, but the old Proteus. Proteus has ample amount of tail space. I love it when you get a plane this big, you can do double-sided tails. You can do numbers on the sides. And you get big enough where you can actually do some rounded numbering there. So Proteus can hold two cargo containers to land in the water, which is kind of, what is that? White. I didn't paint that. But yeah, Proteus, I miss Proteus. Proteus is fun. And plus, it doesn't have any tricks. It doesn't. Maybe I did put in some buoyancy tricks. I don't know. I don't remember. I must have. There's no way I did it without it. I had to have put in some buoyancy tricks, I think. That's good, yeah. Yeah, I thought it would be a little bit, you know, for when we were trying to listen to the engine stuff, it was good to put it up. And now, back down. So let's go props full forward. Let's bang in some flaps. Nose should come up when you put in flaps, because you're adding lift. That's called a balloon. You get a big balloon. And then props go full forward. That makes it so I can change the speed of my engines more quickly. I do not like the click of the throttles. I just wish they would put a oh, you know what I did? I trimmed my throttle there. That's why I couldn't add throttle. So did I take the trim off my throttle? I did. Okay, there we go. Something's up with my throttle, I think. No, they're... What's up? Why am I... My throttles are full throttle. They're not doing it. I don't know. Something's up with this. Okay. I need to work on that. That's broken. Interesting. But I wish they would put in some friggin' checkboxes for some of this stuff. It's like, for example, I'll show you. The bane of my existence is this. This was a feature I really wanted on the Antonov 2. Did I save that? I think I did. I saved the, right there, the mini truck tank, I think. Let me just double check. Yeah, that's the latest one. Time's right. Okay. Antonov 2. So, Antonov 2, the bane of my existence are these slats. So in the real one, the slats are automatic. They're just sprung. So when you are at a normal angle of attack, the wind is pushing on the front of the slats. So they're hinged and they're on like little rubber bands, and so they stay pushed against the front of the wing. And then when you get to a certain speed, as you decrease speed, you need to increase the angle of attack in order to maintain the same amount of lift. Because, you know, lift is essentially airspeed moving fast over the top of the wing, low pressure, slower under, high pressure. As you slow down, you're getting less low pressure and less high pressure. And so you need to increase the angle of attack to create lift. So what happens as you increase the angle of attack, now the air wants to come under the slat. And so what happens in real life is the air comes under the slat and it pushes the slat out. And then what happens is the air, now it accelerates up through here. And now what it does is it exacerbates and it comes up and over like this and it makes a big curl like that. And because the bigger the curl, that's called the camber of your wing. And so it makes the wing as though it was fatter. And so that gives you more lift. The problem is this, is I cannot understand why this is causing so many problems. So right here, this is how I control it. So if you look at, I meant to do symmetry. This is how I control it, and it's causing me nothing but grief. So each one, so these are both tied together, and they're on these pneumatic pistons. And when you hit a certain speed, they'll go in and they'll go out. And so sometimes they get hung up. Well, if they get stuck a little bit, the phantom force will kick it as though I kicked the rudder, and it's at like 40 knots. So it's right as I'm about to touch down, it will kick the rudder. And the one thing I know that would probably fix it is doing this. If I did connectors, but I hate the noise of the connector. So I don't want to put a connector like this. So what you do is you do two connectors like that, and then you would do essentially out, and you would do in, and that because they only need to move one block here. And so when you're at a certain speed, it would attract to this connector, would pull them out, and when you're at this speed, it would pull them out. My two fears is that's going to pull them out too quick and too quick and retract them too quick. But the thing that I really don't want to do is listen to that friggin' ding noise all the time. And so I wish the devs would make it, all they need to do is have the ability to go click on your block like this and be like sound or no sound, and you go no sound. And so this block would have no sound, you know, and that I think would be something cool. And all they have to do is like on the throttles, have it so that you click on the throttle and you be like sound or no sound. That would be awesome, but you know, they don't do that. So I'm going to check up some chat. Yeah, I really like the mini trucks. The mini trucks are really cute. Yeah, it is funny. The GPU has a lot more cylinders than the mini truck. Mini truck is one. Yeah, I forget how many cylinders. I think I have a Proteus engine. Let me see. See what the Proteus engine is for cylinders. I thought I pulled an engine somewhere. Maybe not. I can check it and check the number of cylinders in here. It's quite a bit of cylinders in there. All right, so let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times 4. 48. 48 cylinders. A pop. Don't remember me adding what, Mr. G? Swept versus straight wings. It depends. Let me see. If I'm doing a transport category jet like this, that's about the sweep I'm putting on. Like that. I want to sweep on any sort of transonic aircraft. I try to do it pretty real to life. You know, for example, the stall airplane. So I do it based mostly on what are their max speeds going to be. So something like this, this is only going up. This is sub 200 knots. You would want a flat wing. This is a Hershey bar wing. You'd want a Hershey bar on something like this. That's realistic. And then you'll put a little sweep in the tail. Let's see. Albatross. No, Albatross. What is it? Seagull. See, it was this was inspired by the Albatross, but these on purpose have very fat wings. Somebody's like, your wings are too fat. It's like, dude, they're intended to be this fat. The whole point of a plane like this was it was modeled after an old plane, and one of the ways you got a lot of extra lift is like I was talking about with those slats is by thickening the wing, you're accentuating the curvature of the top of the wing. That gives you more lift. So this looks correct for this type of wing. This type of wing is designed to be fat and big because all you care about is lift. You don't care about drag that much. You know, the thing with like modern aircraft, like they have. I'm trying to see. Let me grab paint and I'll show you in that. Kind of show you, do a little talk, aeronautics talk here. All right, so like let's grab a new one here. So if you look at, let's go 25, 40. Okay, so some basic wing stuff. So when you're doing wings, you know, that's the bottom of your wing. Your bottom of your wing is generally pretty flat. And then if you want to have a wing that doesn't have much drag, you want to try to keep as little of that wing out there as possible. So ideally something like that. So you notice like a jet will have a very thin wing, and it doesn't necessarily need a lot of accentuation over the top. So for example, when I was taking off in the airlines, our rotation speed was like around 120 knots. So we'd have to get up to 120 knots on the ground before we could even pick the nose up. And so that's because our wings do not make a lot of lift until we get a lot of speed. And so we really need to get up to a high speed. My approach speed was around 120 knots. So because of that, you have a plane coming in at 120 knots, you need a lot of runway. So you need a lot of runway to take off, you need a lot of runway to land. And so when you start getting to things like C-130s and you start getting into like that stall airplane, you're not going to have a very long runway. And so what you need is you need a fatter wing like this that is going to accentuate that, you know, this upper curvature, and that's going to give you more lift. And so by fattening your wing, it's accentuating that curvature. This is going to give you more low pressure over the top, and this is going to allow you to go at slower speeds. So if you're landing in a 1,000-foot dirt strip out in the middle of nowhere to drop off, you know, food aid, you'd want something with a fat wing. Other things you do, so they have stall airplanes. Stall airplanes are short takeoff and landing. Let me see if I can find some of them. So I still remember aerodynamics class. Aerodynamics class was a lot of fun. I remember that. So this is one of the this is one of my favorite stall airplanes here. And so let's take a look at this. Let's actually go to the Wikipedia article. There might be a bunch. Like, so this is the Xenair. I really like. I've always liked this plane. And so this one here, this has fixed slats. And look at the fatness of this wing compared to how big the wing is. This is a really fat wing. This has full moving control surfaces. These are all things designed to try to give you more lift. So for example, the airflow will come at low angles of attack. So right now he's going straight, right? It looks like he's just flying along straight. The air is going to hit the front leading edge. It's going to go straight under, and it's going to go right over, and it's going to act like a normal wing. As soon as the angle of attack increases, the air now wants to go up and under the slats and over the wing. That accentuates and makes the wing act even fatter. This back here, the air is going to go over the top of this control surface and underneath it, giving this more controllability at slow speeds. If you look back here at the horizontal stabilizer is actually pretty fat. And if you notice, it's an upside down wing. That's to give it some down pressure. And so this is nice and fat here, giving you more lift. The fatter the wing, the more lift you're getting. The other thing you can have is camber. So let's see. Trying to see if there's a really big cambered wing. So the whole point of flaps is camber. So flaps are adding camber. Camber is curvature. So again, the whole point is you're accentuating the curvature on the upper part of the wing, increasing the air speed of the airflow, increasing the low pressure, so that you can do more. Those are stabilators. Those just keep the airflow stabilized. They make little vortices which help glue the air to the wing, so you can you don't stall as much. So let's find wing camber. So let's see. So they call it NACA. NACA is the NASA's. You get a NACA number, and so the number comes out. And it's essentially like a code, and the code comes out and it will tell you things like camber, wing thickness, chord, all that. So this here is a 0 camber wing. This is a symmetrical wing. So the Corsair, not the old Corsair, where's the new one? Corsair, was it C7? Yeah, C7 Corsair. Was this the one? Which one had the there were two Corsairs. What was the other one? The one that the wing went up. I forget. I can't remember. Might have been the Corsair, but anyway, so where's camber? So camber. So a lot of jets, like fighter jets, will have they call them symmetrical wings, and they're zero camber wings. And so you notice they have the same flow over the top and the bottom. And so Crusader, that's what it was. So the Crusader, right here, this is a good picture of it. So the Crusader, let's look at the wing of the Crusader. So the Crusader had a very symmetrical wing. And so because the wing of the Crusader was so symmetrical, let's look at all the features that let it get off the runway. So if you have zero camber, right, there's no lift at zero angle of attack. So when you have zero lift at zero angle of attack, you literally cannot take off unless the airplane is tipped up. And so here's an asymmetrical. So the camber line above the chord line, positive lift at zero angle of attack. This is negative lift. Remember that stall airplane, the tail was upside down. That was negative lift. So at zero angle of attack, it's going to help keep the tail down. All right, and that's going to help give you some pitch authority. So when you go to the Crusader, notice the way it sits. See how the tail is almost dragging on the ground? I believe it did that with when it put its wing into this mode. I believe it squatted. And so if you look at the wing, the whole wing tips up. If you notice on the leading edge here, right here, these tip down. And all of this was designed because literally, like that diagram says, this cannot lift off the ground if it does not have any angle of attack. So if it has 0 degrees angle of attack, it literally cannot get off the deck. So what they had to do was they had to tip the wing up to be able to give it positive angle of attack, or else it would never take off. They also tipped the tail down to give it more positive angle of attack. So when this shot off the catapult, it was starting with some angle of attack because it would not literally be able to take off. And so that was the whole point of it, was you have to move the airfoil. Now, if you look at the horizontal stabilizer on it, see how symmetrical this is? It's almost perfectly symmetrical. The same angle. The middle of it here is where the leading edge is. But notice the silver section here. The whole point of that silver section is where, let's zoom in on it. So that is where the pivot point is. So the pivot point is right here. And the reason they put this is because that would potentially scratch the paint off. So this is protecting it from this surface moving, doesn't scratch the surface. And so what you do is this is what's known as a whole moving tail. So this whole wing moves. So your elevators actually move up and down. And so you can have a symmetrical surface on that and still be able to change the angle of attack to be able to either get lift or negative lift. Let's see. Piper Cherokee. So Piper Cherokee, I've flown these a bunch. Let's see if I can find the tail. I'm trying to see the tail. I want to see the horizontal stabilizer on the tail. So not many pictures showing up. All right, so Piper Cherokee, that's not a good picture of it. I'm trying to find it. Here it is, right here. This is the picture I need. So if we look at the Piper Cherokee, look at the tail. This has a full moving tail. All right, and it needs a full moving tail because on the Piper Cherokee, the elevator on the Cherokee is perfectly symmetrical. It's the same shape above and below, and so it has no lift. And so the only way you can make lift is by tipping the whole thing. And so if you notice there's a little tab on the end, that tab is your trim tab. So when you do elevator trim, that's what's actually happening, is this is trimming, and that's helping you control the surface. But the whole tail needs to tip, or else the Cherokee would never be able to get off the ground because it has 0 lift. So you have to actually tip that whole airfoil or it's not getting lift. And so flaps are also adding camber. You see how when a flap bends down, it's bending to give you more lift. These are actually the aileron, but those are the flaps. You'll see if this aileron's down, you'll notice this one on the other side is up, and there are your flaps right there. Your flaps will come down. And then you can also, let me see, multi-stage flaps. So I'd love to put some multi-stage flaps and stuff in game. It doesn't really work, but it's interesting nonetheless. So here's a reasonable diagram of that. Here's a better diagram. This is a much better diagram. Does it have NACA numbers? I don't know. I don't think it does. So these are like, so this is what you would do. Let's say you're talking about like a high-speed jet. So with a high-speed jet, you want to have the thinnest profile possible. So if you look at this profile, it's pretty thin. So you have the slat. The slat would push all the way up against the surface when you're in cruise. And it's very thin. So that means you have less surface for the air to have to hit, touch, drag on. It cuts down your drag, allows you to go fast. Now let's look at, like this is one of the, so here's a Boeing triple slotted flap. All right. Now this wing, as you can see, you have this nice thin wing that it has low drag when you're cruising, but when you go to land, first thing you do, you drop down your slat. So what's the slat doing? The slat is coming down, and look, it's giving you camber. It's giving you that curvature underneath the wing again. So that's going to take, so the air coming over it has to go all the way like this. So it has to do it in the same amount of time as down here. So it has to go a much longer distance in the same amount of time. If you have to go a much longer distance in the same amount of time, you have to, by nature, be going faster. And so this air here has to go faster over the top, creating more low pressure than this air, which gives you lift. So it's bending the tip of the wing down, which is your slat. It then comes up and over. And then here, it bends here, here, and here to give you a super huge curve. And that allows you to suck all this crap up into the wing and have this nice thin profile to let you go fast at high speeds. And you can have a really efficient high lift flap, have a really efficient high lift wing when you're at slow speeds. And so that's, you know, that's why on airliners the flaps are so intricate sometimes, because you need all that extra lift to be able to take this big swept wing that is designed to go at high speeds and convert it into a low speed wing. Yeah, yeah. Just trying to slam that Crusader down is kind of tough. Let's see. What do I want to work on? I think I'm going to take a break here, and I'll probably play some Battle a bit later tonight. But thank you guys for watching. I appreciate everybody coming in. Let me see. We have pretty much less than 6 whole days, I think, for the challenge. It's due the midnight. So 0000 on the 31st. So you guys should have plenty of time. I think most people seem to be having plenty of time on that. But I'll eventually get this little mini truck finished up. It's not much left on it. And that'll get out as well. But that was fun working on that. I like seeing everybody else's. So I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.